Ba-dum.
Oh.
Did you fix your audio,
Hold.
Mr. Caps Lock?
Oh.
Did you fix your audio,
Hold.
Mr. Caps Lock?
Oh.
Did you fix your audio,
Hold.
Mr. Caps Lock?
Oh.
Did you fix your audio,
Hold.
Mr. Caps Lock? I was about to say,
Did
yeah.
you
fix your audio,
Hold.
Mr. Caps Lock? I was about to say, yeah. Did you fix your audio, Mr. Caps Lock? I was about to say, yeah. Did you fix your audio, Mr. Caps Lock? I was about to say, yeah.
Oh my god. Hello? So apparently live meow. Oh my god, what is going on with my audio tonight? Clearly. Meow. 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 Hello? Hello? Does that work better? Is that better, guys? Can you hear me? I don't know what the hell's going on with my audio. Literally, everything was all set up, and then as soon as I got in the game, I got all these clicky noises. What the fuck?
The Shadow Guard continue their assault on Tazavesh. We need your help to repel the invaders and re-establish.
Well, screw you guys. I'm going home. That's not the point. Can I get you invite? Question, is all of our healers in guild?
The Wastelanders are murderers and thieves. Plus, the last time they entered the Oasis, they stepped on a dozen endangered flowers. Deal with them harshly.
Who's Beowulf?
Certain rare minerals only form at the boundaries between realities. Lucky for us, reality is flexible on Karesh.
He's talking about me.
Don't have time.
Longer than that. I've been here for a long time. Yeah, I've been raiding since the beginning. Damn, you guys just don't see me at all. I'm a going homeschool. Oh, chat. Welcome to chat. I've had plenty of audio problems tonight. Hopefully they're fixed. I apologize. With that said, welcome to Mana Forge Omega. We're on Fractilis. We've gotten him down before, but we're as soon as we get him down, which should be take 1, maybe 2 attempts, we're going straight to King Saladar to do guild progression. And I have no doubt we will get him down tonight. So we will actually see, I have faith that we will actually see Dementius tonight. I am, of course we have no demon hunters. I am eating dinner while we do this, but at the same time, haven't had anything like actually spicy in a really long time, so my body's not used to it. I have Cholula, which is not a spicy thing, but oh my gosh, my tongue is like me. YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch, brah. Feedback mic dropped. Yes, a burst buff would be awesome. Potatoes, chili, and Spam with some Cholula and mustard.
Five,
And it's hickory smoked Spam.
2, 1.
Ow. Oh shit.
AOE incoming.
Yep, there it goes. It went down. It went down hard. I went down. Everyone went down hard. I said 1, maybe 2 attempts. I'm still holding to that. If we go to 3, I'm blaming our priest. I believe it was Tuesday we moved Moon to middle. This also gives me a second to put on my flask. Because I, you know, I had it on the whole time. I had my flask the whole time. The whole time.
You are nothing. I answer a higher call.
That hurt though. That hurt my feelings. That hurt my soul. And it hurt my pinky toe.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow.
Lie on me.
I'm not a moon. Everyone's talking about mooing. I just figured I'd be mooing and moon. There. That beginning was not as rough. I'm gonna launch my lava burst real quick just to help out. Plus, if people drop a little bit, my mastery goes up, and I can actually, you know,
AoE incoming.
I can heal.
Run out.
Ooh, ooh. It would help to be grouped up for heroes.
Line on you.
Oh, sugar.
Move to pin.
Oh, of course I get a break. Ow.
Target you.
Ow!
AoE incoming.
Fucking people. Jesus. I had a break too. I was gonna try and break it, but I died before it happened.
AoE incoming.
Where are they? Where are they? I gotta move out. Oh yeah. Feed me, Seymour. Those sweet, sweet heals.
Line on you.
Of course. Because why not? I'm not going purple. I'm going star.
AoE incoming. Line on you.
Of course. I don't really know where to go. Yeah. I had to do it. We had too many down here. $10%.
Danger, danger.
That's not good on anyone. Yep. That was rough. I said no purple. It wasn't me. That's true, that's true. Well, damn. Yeah, if you're not doing more damage than the tank, then you probably need to do something. Yerksy. Yerkeezy. Sorry. Yerksy. I don't know where I got Yerksy from. Holy cow. I don't know that they can hear you live. Oh. Man, it's been a long time since I've had anything spicy. My everything, my palate has just gone down. And we don't have to be Alliance anymore.
You are nothing. I answer a higher call.
I'm going as a Valkyra in my Murloc suit.
Look alive, my brothers! A feast for the one that brings me the head.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go. Just pop up all my DPS.
Line on you.
Of course lines on me. Because why not? Are you... Let's heal it up. Top these guys off. Well, somebody did it. That wasn't me.
AOE incoming.
Try it.
Line on you.
Of course. Who is that in the front? Oh, it's Hyper. I'm like, who the hell's all the way on this side? I thought he was staying in the middle. It's okay. We got you, Hyper.
Move to pin.
What? I'm getting this one here.
Target you, looking back.
Ooh. Only one. Nice staying together for heals, though. What the hell was that? Woo-hoo-hoo. Fucking weirdos.
AOE incoming.
Ah. Ah. Always the damn hunters, man. Feel those heels, boys. Feel those heels.
AOE incoming.
Ah!
Line on you.
Of course. Because why not? I'll go all the way to the end. No. Stop, boy. Who is that? He's at 25.
AOE incoming.
No. Heal harder. Come on, little Sheev. Heal harder. Ow. Yep, took me down too.
Danger, danger.
That was rough. Hunters. You do realize with our DPS that you need to start place the walls in the safe zone, right? I'm confused by this new statement. Oh. Ow. mean, it's one thing to put a wall or two here and there on the safe zone as long as we get it. As long as we knock it down. But we can't have 3-4 people. We can't have 3-4 people doing it all at once, which is what ends up happening.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Line on you.
Of course. There's 2 over here. Not good, not good. I went from almost no healing to above 3 million. That was nuts. And top healer. See, I'm telling you, when people hurt, I flourish.
AOE
Nope.
incoming.
There goes the healer.
Run out. Line on you.
What? Ow. I went from top healer down to third healer. Damn. Gotta pump it up. Come on.
Move to pillar. Target you, knocking back. Run out.
Oh. Well, good. I can stay right here then.
Line on you.
More walls. Are you fudging me? Are you fudging me? Oh, these people.
AOE incoming.
Oh, sugar.
Line on you.
Ah. Damn it. It was double dot damage for me. I mean, we're getting down to a solid
AOE incoming.
10 to 20. I wish I could. It's only one healer. It's only one healer.
AOE incoming.
That's rough. 4%.
Danger.
3%. Oh my god. No way. Damn, he's not near. You're good, but you're not that good. I was feeding the meatballs. Tanks need to place the walls in the same spot. Drop our heals for DPS. I don't think so. I mean, once we start getting like 75%, we really need those heals because we're kind of spread out ourselves. Like, we keep everybody topped off for about 1% or 2, and then bam, like everyone drops like half, you know? So what happened earlier, by the way? I was, I think it was like this afternoon, this evening. All of a sudden, there was like 35 new guild people. What's wrong with Enhancement Shaman? All this hate for Shaman, holy monkeys. Jesus. Nas. I was gonna say, just pop him out. I mean, he don't want to be here anyway. And everyone get their report ready because he's gonna start saying shit. The best, the best Sargeras transmog Beowulf was the Elite Demon Hunter PvP from Dragonflight. We all went with you.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's embarrassing.
AOE incoming.
I must get closer.
Ew. Two healers down. One.
AOE incoming.
Pop it.
AOE incoming.
It is not ready yet.
The guy's yelling at me, telling me it's not ready yet. Yes, it is. Make it ready. Oh my god, I haven't even put my... Ah! I haven't even put... Oh. Oh.
AOE incoming.
Yeah.
Line on you.
Oh, that's rough.
Danger, danger.
We have UX. That's all we need. Guild Dad, are you the priest? Are you a Khatri? No, I always knew you were a priest, but I never like put the voice to the priest. I know the priest was always in the guild from the beginning. I know Guild Dad was in the guild from the beginning, but I didn't put the voice to it. So, you're Woolly Dabs, right? Hold on a second. All right. Always. I don't have to be first, but it's fun to fight with somebody for the spot. Like, if someone's out healing me, fantastic. That means we're just doing that much better. But at the same time, it's like, am I going to fight you for it? Fuck yeah, I'm going to fight you for it. Me? Well, with the way the tier looks next season for next expansion, I might go lock. Just for that look. Do it.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Move to pillar. Target you. AOE incoming.
Why the hell did I just die? I'll be up in a second. There.
AOE incoming.
Damn. I'll take it.
AOE incoming. Run out.
It's not me, it's not me. Heal. Feel my rain upon your skin.
AOE incoming.
Ooh, that was a nice spread where we didn't really have to move. I like that. Same.
Line on you.
I got stuck in between the walls. What the monkeys?
AOE incoming.
Please wipe from front to back.
Flesh-bound wretches! Shadow God, stop their advance!
What is this?
My Riftwalkers are decreasing their numbers. This is taking far too long. Deal with Salhadar. My forces will hold his Shadow Guard.
Boom, boom, boom. Wow.
Do not let them get a foothold. Attack!
Enhancement was good in BFA. I'm waddling on over.
When Dimensius arrives, you will all pay
Oh my gosh.
for your insolence. Shadow Guard, to me! Do not let them pass!
But that's not them. Cupie.
Pitiful corporeals! You are no match for my
Oh my
might.
goodness. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Embrace my rule. Swear your fealty to me.
Oh my goodness. Well, since we have so many healers now, even though our shaman we have a nice variety of healers. I feel like maybe I should switch, not now because we're so close to AOTC, but 1-3 blue, 2-4 purple. I am 4, so I'm going over there. That's it? That's it? How are we setting this up? Are we... I don't know. We've done it like 2 or 3 different ways. My guildmaster's asking for more Wind Fury, so I gotta. By the way, it's Sky Fury. Sky Fury. I actually changed my Yeti mic to be both Discord and to talk to you guys in chat. Oh. How many things are we doing?
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Essence, thou that hold thy power.
Gruntle. Gruntle. Group 1 share. Group 2 share.
Woo.
Line on you. Watch your feet. Watch your feet. Weapon command. Watch your feet. Gruntle. Watch your feet. Group 1 share. Watch your feet. Group 2 share. Gruntle.
Wipe, wipe, wipe.
Kill them, my winged beauty. Take your leave.
Weapon command.
Long live the Nexus King.
Ventress.
have many lucky doos you like.
Apparently, King Saladar is our kryptonite. Here we go.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Essence, now before thy power.
Group 1 shell. Group 2 shell.
Yeah, there we go.
Broken.
Execute their march.
Line on you.
Ow, ow, ow.
Watch your feet. Weapon combo. Frontal.
What?
Group 1 shell. Group 2 shell.
Oh.
Frontal.
Yep.
Kill them, my winged beauty.
Line on you.
Oh shit. I got my shit out twice. My name is Jeff.
Weapon coming. Group 1 shell.
Yeah.
Frontal.
Oh. Get out of that. Get out of that.
Right.
Yeah. Another one in the middle.
Group 2 shell.
Jesus. Why are they coming for us so hard?
Mind control. Knocking back.
I don't want.
Return to your master.
Ow.
By my will.
It's not me. It's not me. Who was that? Oh, fudge hole.
Weapon coming.
Oh, what? Jesus.
Hold the line. We cannot let them through.
Watch your step.
Oh, woofy. My name is Jeff.
Audience denied.
Rune forging effects increased by 10%. Weapon enchantment effects increased by 50%. Oh, my neck. Yes.
One shot. Two shots.
Execute their mind trick.
Watch your feet. Reckon coming. Root one shot. Root two shot.
Ow.
Gruntle. Gruntle.
Execute their mind trick.
Line on me.
Ow.
Watch your feet. Reckon coming. Root one shot. Gruntle.
Third soak. That was like my fourth or fifth soak.
Gruntle.
Ah!
Root two shot. Mind control. Looking back.
My valiant steed, return to your master.
Ow.
Line on me.
Be broken.
Reckon coming. Relax.
Ow.
Destroy the heretic. Hold the line. We cannot let them through.
Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step.
I do not have a
Oh
target.
my goodness.
Line on you.
Be broken.
Reckon coming.
What the fuck was that? I am trying. Ah. Ah, fudge you. Oh. No. I use my cooldowns and bam, down it went. Alright, it's not. No, it's not.
I will not be usurped.
Meow, 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 meow. This guy is really in our guild? Who? I don't know who this is. Yes. Slow and retarded. Yep. I'm gonna use an augment rune. Third phase, range, put your orbs in circle. Meow.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bow before my power.
Oh my god. Yep, I can't worry about that now. It says my TikTok is getting disconnected.
Group 1 share. Frontal. Frontal. Group 2 share.
Trying to reconnect now. I don't know, we'll see. I did good.
Group 1 share. Group 2 share.
Ow.
Frontal. Frontal.
Get them out.
Line on me. Watch your feet. Breath incoming. Frontal.
I am lit.
Group 2 share. Frontal.
Fucking X.
Mind control. Knocking back.
Return to your master. By my will be broken.
Breath incoming.
I don't know where you are, but... Yep, right in the center.
Collapse.
Destroy the heretic. Hold the line. We cannot let them through.
Yeah, we're good.
Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step.
Oh man. No.
Will not be usurped.
Do not touch the red button. We're not talking about your Tuesday nights. Or my Saturdays. They sucked bad. Yeah, I had some bad words in Discord. He's lying. What the monkeys is going on here? Yeah. Bigger numbers means bigger answers.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Bow before my power.
Group 1 share. Group 2 share.
No, I can't hear this.
Gruntle.
They didn't.
Gruntle.
It's not good. No, don't put it over. Where are you putting it? I'll put it next to the thing. I'll put more later.
Rectal hammer. Gruntle. Gruntle. Group 1 share.
They were on you, then yeah. That means that.
Group 2 share. Rectal hammer. Group 1 share. Gruntle. Gruntle. Group 2 share.
Oh, that's 2 in a row. Freaking got my chain heals off the second before it freaking
Mind
popped
control.
out.
Knocking back.
Oh, that's not me. It's not me. Ow.
Rectal hammer. Collapse. Watch your step.
Dead.
Watch your step.
I'm pretty sure both healers in purple are dead.
Watch your step. Watch your step.
One more attempt.
I will not be usurped.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5,
Oh. Yep. Oh my goodness. So, since you guys drink twisted tea and bourbon, have you ever seen the bourbon twisted tea? I swear I'm the only one who's ever seen it. No, I...
Five, 4, 3, 2.
Essence, bow before my power.
Grunting. Grunting. Group 1 share. Group 2 share.
Execute them, my strength.
Not me, not me.
Group 1 share. Group 2 share. Grunting. Grunting.
It's just so much right now.
Line on you. Breath incoming.
Not my toes are keeping me on, it's my clenching.
Group 1 share. Grunting. Grunting. Group 2 share. Mind control. Looking back.
Return to your master.
Line on you.
Oh.
Breath incoming.
I watched it real close.
Collect.
Destroy the heretic. Hold the
Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step.
We're at 40. I even added my damage to that one.
By my will! Long live the Nexus King!
I still need to do heroic first boss. That was rough.
I understand your frustration, Gaora, but do not rush to conclusions.
Oh, that was rough. True. I was like the same thing. I was like, what the fuck? All right. Oh. Now I need to decide. Am I hitting up that, You know what? I'm gonna see if I can get the first guy. I just want the first. I want fresh. This one's Heroic Nexus King. Or what? Do we get your sheets for free? Hey! My vote is also to extend if it matters. What's that? Oh, shit. Dude, you didn't have to do that. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're paying me through an ad? What are you talking about? I brought mine down to 30 seconds every hour, but I can't get rid of them. Good night. Thanks again, Yerk. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate that, though. Oh. Let's see. I've been going on for 2 years now. I started having a good spike, and then, I don't know, it dropped out of nowhere. Yeah, I make a bunch of shorts out of my lives and whatnot, and then I, you know, send them over to TikTok. I also do shorts on YouTube. You know, it's been getting better since I've been doing shorts on YouTube, because I found out that if you send your shorts straight from Twitch to YouTube, for some reason it like, YouTube is like, screw you, I don't want to send this out to anybody, and I'd only get like 3 or 4 views. But when I started uploading it separate from Twitch, all of a sudden my shorts are getting, you know, 1,000, 20,000, you know, I've got a couple that are basically ranging from like 20 to like 80,000 views, and I'm like, this is fantastic. So I've been growing over there a little bit. Yeah. And I'm only doing TikTok for the community part. Like, I don't really like, I don't know. And with the new TikTok that's coming out, I might just get off of TikTok altogether. Oh shit. A hype train. What? What? Oh. Just friend, thank you for subscribing. You're so awesome. Cause JS, just friend, just friend. Do people still think about JavaScript? Yeah, see, this whole time I've been reading. Oh, yes. This whole time I've literally been reading your name as just friend, like as if you were saying, "Hey, I'm just your friend." I need to find a good fresh here. I think it means just that. You had to balance it out. You had to balance it out. Who's Zeus and what tunes are we talking about? Oh. Wow, declined. Is that the monk? That's the first hype train ever, chat, by the way. That's awesome. I appreciate you guys. You have no idea. Yeah. Cut it out. Why are you so noisy tonight? Tooth thief. I think, in all honesty, like, people have been trained over the past, like, 3 expansions to stop trusting guild people, and you join a Discord just to join it, and you'd stop paying attention to it because everyone's been, like, kind of abandoned. So they, like, in their mindset, like, because that's how I was for a long time. Like, you guys are the first guild that I've really been in since, like, the beginning of BFA. And I've stayed. Like, there was one other guild I joined in Shadowlands. I was there for like 2 weeks, and then I just stopped because like the mindset is you go in, you know, the guild says, hey, we're gonna do this, and they're like, well, fuck that, don't worry about it, we'll see if they even stick together, and then they just start ignoring it all like throughout the whole thing. I mean, it's coming back, right? Because people are coming back, but that's how I've always felt, was if you don't, you know, your main, if it's progression, and then, like you said, you know, if we're farming the other stuff, and we're just kind of plowing through it, you know, then yeah, if your alt needs a gear, then sure, whatever. Third week, actually, isn't it? I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some things going on with King that, you know, fucks us over, but I think overall we would really have it if, you know, basically like we're all saying, we just kind of like lock in, focus. We have our mains where we're like, hey, we know you're gonna do this. We know you're gonna do that. Not just healing, but we know that, like, because like right now the healers, like, you know, we like even during Soul Hunters, like we barely even purge each other. We kind of purge ourselves if we have that debuff on. We start purging the rest of the group, right? So it's like, you know, we kind of have fallen into our own little, we just trust you to know what you're doing. And if we get discouraged, we're waiting for X to go, yeah, don't worry about it. It's heroic. We're good. We got it. We had a couple of real hard hitters last week. What was it? There was like a DK that was doing almost 10 million. I mean, we erased, I think it was like Loom and the third boss there in like half the time we normally do. It was nuts. Truth. Now, are we all sticking to, as like a, I don't want to say a guild rule or anything, but like, are we sticking to our current mains in the next expansion? Or are we all like, hey, this is the time to choose your main for the expansion, or at least the season kind of thing? I mean, you already don't have threat, so... I don't think that at all. What screen? What screen am I looking at? Well, they are reworking everything. Supposedly we're getting less buttons next expansion, and I don't know how I feel about that. Oh. They were so good at mop. Holy crap. I mean, that was the first time I ever tanked in Raid, and I had a Brewmaster, and I didn't know really what I was doing, and they didn't explain to me what the fight was, and I still survived. I just beat the shit out of stuff and taunt, and they're like, "Hey, taunt," and I'm like, "Cool." Like, man, there's like not fresh lockout. It's not a whole lot. I just want the first boss. Here. Have you... The way that you said that reminded me of this guy on TikTok I've been watching recently. Have you ever guys seen this guy who goes in and like tries to buy one drop or like one noodle or one rice and he goes, "Sorry, I'm Mexican"? I don't know why, but that like makes my mom like laugh herself to like peeing herself. Like I send it to her because he's just like, "I just want one drop of soda. Sorry, I'm Mexican." Oh, that fucking guy. It's delves and world content. Rogues use potions too. Something like that, yeah. That's been around since, like, I don't know, BFA, Shadowlands, somewhere around there. So I might be Devourer next expansion, but who knows, you know. Truth. I remember back in Wrath when DKs could tank and DPS in any spec. They were S tier throughout the entire fucking expansion. And then on top of that, I remember when we finally were going to ICC, and there were in chat. I didn't realize this was a brag, right? Because at the time I was practically new, but I saw all these tanks that would say, "Tank looking for whatever thing that they were looking for," and they're like, "over 40k health," and I'm like, "That's a brag," but it was. That was the first time they had over 40k health, and that was something that they had to advertise. Over 40k health, tank looking for blah blah blah. I loved ICC. That was before eye level, and they had this add-on. I can't remember what it was, but it was basically an eye level, but it was completely different than how they have it now. Gear rating or something? They're like, you need to have a gear rating of 350 to join us. I feel like when they start hitting beta, a lot of that is going to change. It already is. No. I always hate healing brewmasters and certain DKs. If you don't have your shit together as a blood DK, I hate healing for you. Like if you're just like, oh, I'm just trying this out, my head just drops and I'm just like, fuck. Because they drop down, I get real worried, but before I can even scroll over them, they're like full health or near it again, and I'm like, oh, okay, you're cool, I like you. Let me throw a Riptide on you and just let it sit there for a little while. I do. Whenever I see a DK, for a tank, I Earth Shield, Riptide, and I pretty much don't heal them unless my other stuff like overlaps them. I almost get out of here. You proud of yourself?
You can shake your laughing like you fucking did it.
Are you sure I wasn't just breathing in because that was my, rhythm? Just go to bed. See, with all these changes to the talents, I feel like every class, no matter S tier or not, are probably just gonna have a really hard fucking time. I feel like they're gonna have to do a lot of hot fixes real quick. By the way, for all you transmog people out there, for Legion, don't forget to level one of each armor type. In Legion Remix, if you there's an achievement for leveling one of each armor type, but it also rewards a transmog. I don't know which one, but it does. And then there's like another transmog appearance if you do a mythic raid with each one of them and don't die with each one of them. Yeah. No, that's our youngest cat. He is a kid. He's not even a year old yet. See, he's in the bathroom with a very skinny hallway, so it like echoes badly. Well, here's the thing, though. I totally get that, but when you get your double buff or whatever, by the time that you have a bunch of XP on there, it's gonna go so much quicker. Night. See you later. Ooh. That sounds nice. Oof. That's rough. Maghar, Orc, Oh, well, that was great. I got invited, and then I got removed instantly. But if you're on the low end, I mean, I'm looking at my talents right now, right? And I'm like, oh my god, what are they gonna, or my abilities, and I'm like, what are they gonna take away from me in Midnight? And I'm just like, I use 95% of this stuff. Like, please don't take it away. Earthen wall. The stone bulwark. My self-defense one? That is bullshit. Yeah, oh, I only have one self-defense then. If y'all are on the other side of the map, it doesn't matter if it's 50 yards. Woohoo! I don't use healing stream. Oh, you're looking in, you're looking at a Stormbringer or some shit like that. I'm Farseer. Are they taking away my Cloudburst? They better not. I can only listen to Kalani for so long. I like the dude's videos, but his voice, I'm just like, I can't. Like, after like 5 minutes, I'm like, I'm done. Like, he's a good guy, he's informative, you know, he's got his shit down, but fuck. No. Just tell me. I have no clue what that is. Yeah. Follow the elements. No. That's not me. Oh, good. They're getting rid of Frost Shock. I'm so happy. I never talented that. What? That makes sense, because that's what everyone uses it for. That's actually what it showed up as originally. It was originally a PvP talent. Then they moved it into PvE. I'm so upset about that. What? So I can't refresh my fucking totems anymore. Fuck them. Ooh. Just tear my heart open. Good, y'all been cheaters since Classic. Bubble. Wait, seriously? Yeah. As long as Prot Warriors get to keep two things, their all around shout taunt. I love that thing since they put it in, and the one where you is that what it is? Where you taunt everything around you. And the other one is that I really like as a Prot Warrior is you get to charge, but you do damage to everyone around you. That is literally my favorite Prot talent. Why is it being removed from ARMS? What the fuck? I am streaming at this time, yeah. Oh my god. I hate them. I don't know. I'm surprised you're awake, Zaku. I figured you'd be passed out for the night. Reverberation. You what? They're gonna remove your ignore pain next. Right? I don't remember Warlord's Torment. Thunderous Roar, are you kidding me? It really is. Every warrior. I mean, they even tell you that in single target specs to take it. Oh my gosh. Why don't they just take away Blade Storm? Why don't they just take away fucking Sweeping Strikes? Like, clearly I don't need that. Well, as an arms warrior, I do. I mean, the funny thing is a lot of people said that Cleave was really good back in vanilla and all those, you know, all the early expansions, but I didn't really like Cleave in the early expansions. When they took away Cleave, I was like, oh, good, I never needed that. And then they put it back, and I'm like, oh, it's come back? I'm like, I don't know, maybe. And then I started using it with the Slayer hero tree, and I was like, son of a bitch, fucking Cleave is amazing. I do, but I don't think there's as much traffic going on right now. I thought you did. Oh. A lot of that's survival. Just kidding. What it really sounds like is they're adding a spec for demon hunters and they're removing one for hunters. That's what it sounds like. Yeah, you can use 2 one-handed now. See, here's the thing. For survival, I think you should be able to... It should be a half melee, half ranged, right? Because, like, you should be able to go pow, 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 use that little chain, pull yourself in, do some melee, fly yourself backwards with disengage, then pow, pow, pow. You know what I mean? You should be able to fly back in and forth. And if you want a two-handed or dual wield, I think you should have the choice. But that's just how I think survival should be. I still think that the other 2 specs should still have like 2 or 3 melee abilities. Like they should still be able to carry a pole arm on their back, so when someone gets up close, you can slap them and maybe like stun them and then disengage. Like that's what I feel, but that's just me. I will teach you, Zaku. Survival just isn't what it was back in the day. Like, back in the day, you were able to do pretty much everything. And it was a lot of explosives. I love the explosives. In Cataclysm, I had a goblin survival hunter, and she was fun as fuck, because I was just blowing shit up. It was. Right? See, and I deleted her a long time ago, but her name was Roulette, and I loved that name. I was like, yep, I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna blow people up with my gun, and then I'm gonna blow them up with my traps. Oh, here's a grenade. It really is. It's gonna, you know, I think it's all gonna be for the better, but it's definitely, Midnight is gonna be their game changer expansion. I think they know that. That's why they're like, you know, we stopped focusing on a couple of other things to do this. I want first aid back. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was a fun little side thing to do. You know what I do want is when I mine, I want my stamina buff back. When I pick herbs, I want my healing buff back. When I skin, I want my crit buff back. Like I miss hardcore. They weren't huge, which was kind of the point, but it was nice to have just a little bit extra. True, true. The only thing going into Midnight, and you guys have already said you don't care, so you know, you guys are out of my box for this one, but the only thing that I already have a gripe with is the fact that the Dead Scar is gone. I'm not a fan of that. You literally had a quest line that worded it saying it is impossible to reverse because every magic, like however they worded the rest of it, but it said it is impossible to heal. Like they said they can stave it off, they can stop it from spreading, but they can't heal what's already been done. Right? You know who I like listening to, just even if I'm not really paying attention, is Taliesin and Evitel, because he's such a fucking joker. Like, no matter how much information he's giving you, you laugh at something, because he's just like, yeah, by the way, it doesn't matter. Oh, but it does. Oh, but by the way, it doesn't. Overtime. Well, it's getting to be that time of the year, though, right? Snowplow. Hey, start Ubering on the side, man. You'll get it. Oh, goodness. Oh. All right, guys. good one. Yeah, I need to take a break and figure out what I'm doing too. I was too. But I'm like, should I go back and get more bronze? I need more bronze. Should I get bronze? So oh shit. I got all the mounts from Nessingwary on the first 2 pages, except for the one where you have to go do the quest. So I got the 100,000 mount and everything else. All I need to do is get enough 40k for the quest one, and then I get to start on the class mounts. Like I've been fucking farming that shit hard. Well, and during MOP, I was like, oh, cool, I'm going to get all these things. Oh, cool, I'm going to get those damn shoulders from Garrosh, because I've been farming that shit like most people, right? And I never did. I never got them from MOP. But I was like, yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And I stopped logging in, like, after the first week and a half, maybe 2 weeks. And then all of a sudden it was like, hey, you got 10 days left. And I'm like, oh, maybe I should do this again. And then it was like 4 days left. I was like, oh, shit, I got to get in here. And so this time around, I'm like, I'm gonna do it. I mean, don't get me wrong, MOP Remix was fun and everything. The way that they did it, I'm really glad that they learned, because Legion Remix is so much more fun than MOP. They really did a lot of improvements, and I'm very happy that they did. The only thing that I'm really kind of irked about is that, like, they could have given us a chance to earn the Mage Tower appearances by giving us, like, a really, like a harder version of the Mage Tower. Do you know what I mean? Like, don't let us buy it, let us earn it. Right? It was pretty good. I went through and I was trying to do the stuff, but I never actually got any Mage Tower appearances. There was only 3 that I wanted to. There was the Demon Hunter one. There was the Demon Hunter one, the Paladin, the Prot Paladin one, because it had the flail and like the crystal shield and shit, and then the flail and the shield for the Prot Warrior. Those were the 3 that I wanted. I was like, oh, damn, I'm sorry, man. It was a lot of fun, and they've been trying to replicate it ever since, and it just, I don't think you can, unless... I think the closest they came, until they ruined it forcibly, was the Tower of the Damned in the Maw, because that was... Oh, so... See it? So, like, that was really fun, except they forced you to do it in, like, Season 2, I think it was, to get Legendary. And you couldn't even, like... When you had to go on your alt, you had to start from scratch. Like, there was no, like, transferring, there was no nothing. So, like, it really ruined the tower. But I think a lot of people enjoyed it until that point. Yeah. See, I liked the concept of Shadowlands. Not the concept itself, like with the story or the way that they were going. But I think that the 4 zones that we started off with, they should have been like their own patch, you know, like their own major patch. Like the original, like I think we should have had the maw like as it was, because it felt heavy, it felt hard to get through, which is kind of the point, right? It's the damnation realm, or whatever you want to call it. So, you know, I think that was fine. Still needed some improvements, whatever, but like if we just started off in what was it, the last zone there, the vampire zone, if we had just started there and they made that large enough to have 4 separate zones, I think that would have been better. And then the next patch they released Ardenweald, the next patch they would have released, you know, Maldraxxus or something, or Bastion. Maybe leave Maldraxxus out of it, you know, but it was rushed. Ardenweald especially, like, we were supposed to, I heard we got a cut raid, we were supposed to do that thing with, shit. You know, like in BFA, they had that weird witch magic, and they were like, oh yeah, we're from the Death Realm and shit. We were supposed to go and do a raid and fight that guy in his own realm. And I'm like, that would have been fucking great. Like, if they're invading Ardenweald, okay, we'll push them back, we'll go in there, we'll beat his ass, and then come back and do it the next thing, you know? Like, but they really... Shadowlands either needed to be a 2-part expansion, or they just needed to be like, okay, let's make this other stuff the later content, and focus on one thing. They really did. Yeah, they're like, hey, we're the good guys in Bastion, we do this, we do that. Oh my god, some people are turning against us. Oh, by the way, Maldraxxus is fighting us, go over there. Wait, what the fuck just happened? Like... I think they should have just cut Maldraxxus. I think they shouldn't have done this whole Maldraxxus was the Shadowlands army. Like, okay, just cut that out, all right? Shadowlands was never about that shit, and you guys turned it into that. Like, that it should have never been. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, that thing could have been, if they really wanted to explain where they got the whole idea for the Scourge and everything, then okay, fine, but that really needed to be expanded upon. Not just, hey, we're the army of the Shadowlands, but hey, let's make that same army, but let's make it on Azeroth. Like, that was the explanation. I will say that in Maldraxxus, if you were a skinner, it was kind of gross, but really fun when you would go around and find warts, and you would just skin them off of the land. I was like, what the fuck is this? This is so nasty. Yes. Exactly. Dragonflight, I know a lot of people were still apprehensive about it, and, you know, don't get me wrong, I don't think any expansion is perfect, right? Like, even Legion had its issues, right? Wrath had its issues. But, like, Dragonflight really... The only thing that I didn't like about the Dragonflight story was things didn't feel... like we needed to go tear something down. Do you know what I mean? Like, we didn't need to go fight this boss. We were just here, and then some shit happened while we were here. That's kind of what it felt like. Right? I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Razagath was probably the only one that, like, really felt good as a huge boss fight, because they the last guy there. I think he was a great evil boss. I think he was great, but they kind of dropped him off after the first season and didn't really talk about him except for like, oh hey, by the way, just calm down, just don't do your thing yet. And he's like, okay, I won't. And like that was it. And then all of a sudden it was like, well, they're not here anymore, so I'm gonna cause fire. Rawr. Like that's what it was. That's what it was. I'm glad you will never be an Alliance simp. Always Horde. Oh, I'm a lore nerd through and through. An Empire simp. Yeah, you know, like, I get that we were gonna fight Razagath, but maybe she should have been like round 2. Do you know what I mean? That maybe that should have been season 2, and like season 1 should have been like, I don't know. I really don't, because the way that the story went, I can't really think of anyone else. So they would have had to rework how it started. Yeah. The only thing, what they, in season 2 though, they had, what's his name? The Drakthir, and they did that whole void thing down in the bottom of, it was. Basically, if you played a Drakthir, or an Evoker, I guess, because before they got other classes, in that opening storyline, he literally, you rescue him, and he's like, well, I haven't heard from Neltharion, so I'm not going to listen to you. And then all of a sudden, Razagath comes in, and they're like, oh, well, we'll all work together for right now. And he's like, well, since Neltharion's dead, screw you all. And he just left. Like, that's literally what happened. Long story short. Yeah, I mean, they were like, hey, do you want to go to the Alliance or do you want to go to the Horde? And he's like, fuck you guys, I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna do this myself. Yeah. See, I kind of feel like Sarkarath, that was his name. I feel like Razagath should have been season 2, and maybe that other imprisoned one. They had 3 imprisoned ones, right? They had that Frost female chick that joined with us. Like maybe, yeah. I feel like maybe she should have been our boss the first time around, because we really didn't know much about her, and she was kind of left behind. Like we could have had a dungeon that went in, and maybe even like a mega dungeon, right? And we go in, and they all get released, and then Razagath is like, you need to stay here and fuck these guys up. And then she could have been our raid boss. You know what I mean? Because then right after we beat her, she'd be like, you know, Razagath has been acting kind of weird since I got out. Maybe I should kind of join you guys, or maybe I need to go think. And then she could come back later like she did, which is fine. But like, have somebody that first tier to be kind of like a somebody, but kind of a nobody, and really build up Razagath. Yeah. It felt like Dragonflight's story was over in first season. Oh, dude, I just watched that cinematic earlier again today, and I teared up again. That's such a hard... And then all she got was Shadowlands. Hey, I'm back, but I'm not really back. Right? Everything you read about before Legion is she's supposed to keep her eyes shut, right? But every character in game, she's got her eyes open. I'm like, does that mean we're dead? Like, have we been dead for a while and we're just dreaming ourselves? Like, literally everything explains if she opens her eyes, all existence fades out. I know, right? And don't get me wrong, I know that sometimes it's really hard to get between the voice actors and write really all the really big characters in at the same time. I understand that part, but like you said, that's her sister. Alex Straza's been kind of like, first of all, she's always been anti-Legion, right? So she's not even appearing on this island at all. Like, I could understand Nose Dormu not being there, because he could be like, we need to let events play out, and Alex Strauss would be like, you know I can't do that, and he'd be like, you do what you gotta do. You know, like, I could understand that. Because he's done that a bunch of times, because she's looked to him for advice when they were, like, in council. I don't remember what book I read, but it was, like, back when Neltharion had just gotten corrupted, like, literally just got corrupted. Oh no, this one was, oh no, you know what it was? It was the world, shit. The War of the Ancients trilogy. That's what it was. And they were like in some mountain. They were all five of them were talking to each other, and in Neltharion's head, you know, he's got all the whispers, you know, going on and shit. And then like he's looking at all of them while they're talking about the Legion coming in, and he's like, you know, these fools don't even realize, blah 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 blah, kind of thing. Like, even then, Alex Strauza was like, we got to take care of the Legion. We got to take care of this shit now. And she turned to Nose Dormo and she's like, what do you think about this? And he just like looked at her and he's like, things are definitely happening. Like, right. They should have gave his human form or elf form, whatever he's got. He should have like dreads and shit. And every time we talk to him, he's just like, yeah, man, just, you know, do what you gotta do in this world. It all comes together for a reason. Oh, wait, you wanted to go in my timeline? No. Listen, now I'm gonna interfere with you, motherfucker. Right? Like, she could have been, what was it? She could have been in the Emerald Nightmare, right? She didn't have to be a final boss, but, like, they had that dead dragon in the beginning as your first boss. We could have had Ysera as the first boss, and we healed her up, and we could have even gotten a weird-ass cinematic in the beginning, or maybe like right when we drop Xavius, we all turn and we're all like, so what about, you know, Ysera, what do we do? And then they pray, and then she goes up into the stars or something. I don't know. They could have done something with it. as powerful as Malfurion is, he got like his ass wiped around in Legion by Xavius. He's like, I'm a powerful druid, and Xavius shows up and he's like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, Xavius. That's when he started calling out for Tyrande. Tyrande, I need you. I mean, even Tyrande wasn't crying. Tyrande was like, I just need to find him. Go in the next zone and find him. And then you're like, hey, I cleared the area. And she's like, that's cool, but I found him over here. So this is where we're going. Oh. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm glad that he was a raid boss and everything, but like, we could have at least seen, like, I don't know, I feel like Vel'Shirah was very rushed for the nightmare part of it. Like, we could have seen Cenarius get poisoned, you know, and then Malfurion doing his Darth Vader, no, you know, like... But, like, you know what, that, between, it could have gone right from Cenarius getting poisoned and evaporating to Ysera, like, because it kind of did that where it went from Cenarius to Ysera, but all of a sudden it went snap, because they were like, hey, we need to go talk to Cenarius, and we're like, cool, let's go talk to him. And then we go, oh, he's just been poisoned. And they're like, so go get the other archdruids, go do your thing, I'm gonna sit by him. And you do nothing with him the whole time. You go all over the zone, you get all these little side quests. Hey, these little sprites are screwing up our grove, go fuck them over, will ya? You know, and we're like, but Cenarius is poisoned. They're like, but the sprites are holding the Fey dragons, go get them. And we're like, okay. And then they're like, oh, hey, by the way, there's like this little Naga pocket over there, could you go do that too? I'm like, does this have anything to do with Cenarius? I mean, side quests are always side quests, but, like, I don't know, something... I felt like the Cenarius part and the Ysera part... The Ysera part, I feel like, was fine, because she came in, she got corrupted, they had a little cinematic for her being corrupted, and I feel like everyone gasped when they saw her rise up all black and red. Because I did. I was like, oh, shit. That's... That is probably something that I've had an issue with WoW's story. And I know that, again, in-game, it's a little bit different here and there, whatever. I'm not one of those people that say, oh, when it's in-game, it's not exactly perfect. Listen, the aspects themselves are fucking, like, 50 times larger than what they show in-game. Like, for real. But, like, when I read the books and all that other stuff, they're like, you know, the aspects are like the pinnacle of this world's defense. If the aspects ever go down, then we're screwed. And the fact that one of them got corrupted already means that, you know, we got to pick up our own game. And then we get in game and they're like, hey, Ysera got one shot. And I mean, you know, I feel like the one shot thing isn't even that big a deal if he threw a bunch of fakes. You know, like maybe threw some thorns or threw some energy balls at her and she dodged, but then like he did it on purpose so that when she went to the left or to the right or whatever, she threw the crystal and got her. Or maybe she like came down and like tried to eat him, but he like, you know, shadow stepped onto her back and like launched it into her neck or something, you know, I don't know, something. And it could have been just as long. It didn't even need to be like a 3-minute long cinematic either. that's kind of what they did, right? And I feel like Legion kind of did that to a lot of people, like even Thrall. And I know that Metzen was already getting ready to leave and do all that stuff, but like even Thrall, he was just like, he was like, oh, they're attacking the Maelstrom, and then all of a sudden he's like, guys, I lost my hammer. I'm not a shaman anymore. Like, that's never how shaman have worked, bro. Like, never. Well, see, so there was a whole legend behind it from all the way back in Warcraft 2, right? And, like, the thing is, they changed the Doomhammer so much by the time that Thrall got it. They kept the legend, but they changed, like, the look of it and everything. But, like, Thrall believed that without that hammer, he was nothing. And it's like, first of all, bro, you cheated in Mak'gora back on Warlords. Like, you did that. Even I, like, you know, the first time I watched that cinematic, I was like, oh shit, he actually killed Garrosh. And then afterwards, I watched it again, and I was like, wait a minute. He wasn't supposed to do that. Like, yeah. And I know that he was doing this whole, I regret, I'm in my feelings, which is fine. You know, you gotta reflect. And I like the fact that they said, the Doomhammer said, you know, you didn't do the honorable thing that you were supposed to do, so I'm not going to work for you anymore. I feel heavy and all that other shit. You know, I appreciated that, but even then, going into Legion, he already knew that that hammer, like, felt 20 times heavier, but then it fell down the crack, and he's just like, well, I don't have the hammer anymore, guys. I can't do anything for you. I can't counsel you. I can't train you. I can't look at you. You know, like, I can't even breathe near you. Like, and Jaina disappeared too. They brought in heavy-hitting characters. They killed off 2, and the only one they kept around was Sylvanas, who didn't even show up until the 4th act, who was only there for a second. And then she was all like, well, shit, my plans are foiled. And that was it. That was all. like this. Yeah. Listen, I mean, they had to do it with him going out. That was epic. They really did, though. I mean, okay. Even Sylvanas turned around and was kind of like, even she pulled back when she heard his screams dying and saw the explosion. And I'm like, if Sylvanas does that, because the shit she's been through, well, damn, you know that shit was harsh. But Vol'jin should have, I don't know, like, he shouldn't have just been stabbed in the back. I mean, even Varian was stabbed like 3 different times and then held there. They exploded his ass. I mean, he ballooned up. Yeah, that's the only thing, right? I'm just like, all right, I know he got stabbed like in the stomach, so like his poison is spreading. I get that, but he's also a troll, which are known for regeneration. Right? The Horde is not short on healers. I mean, okay, even if we couldn't, right? How many other people got wounded and got recovered when we went through a quest line? Because I don't remember what area it is, but they're like, hey, go heal our soldiers. They were fighting, and you're like, okay, cool. It might have even been on the Broken Shore when we went back there. they're like, oh hey, a bunch of our people had just fought the demons, but they're laying about. Can you go heal them? That means they got scratched, bit, stabbed, whatever it was, everything, right? And they're all fine. But Vol'jin, like, you couldn't have at least given him half the expansion. Like, okay, Varian died, right? Crazy. But then you go Vol'jin, like, maybe like season 2 he goes in and does something heavy. Maybe we go back to the Broken Shore and he goes in and he dies that time, and then you give him a proper cinematic. Like, it would have been cool to, well, I mean, not cool in general, because everyone loved Vol'jin, literally. I don't think anyone's ever said bad Vol'jin. But, like, if he died in front of the tomb of Sargeras, yeah, like, he either could have died in front of the tomb of Sargeras, or, like, when we went in. Do you know what I mean? Like, all the demons pouring out, like, he could have died right around there, and we would have been like, yeah, he went out the way he fucking wanted to. Protecting, defending. In Warlords of Draenor, he literally went, hey, build my base, and congratulations on being the general. And then he's like, okay, I got things to do in Orgrimmar, see ya. You're fighting a whole nother world, a whole nother horde. Literally, we have to stand up and make our own name and show them that we're not that horde. But see ya, you go do it all, bye. It was a good choice. Listen, I loved Garrosh. I am not going to defend everything he did. Oh, that's true. That's true. Garrosh made me feel faction pride like never before. He was like, we're going to kill a bunch of people, and we're like, but why? And he's like, for the Horde, motherfucker! And you're like, for the Horde! When he started doing the whole, you know, corruption thing, I was like, I can understand with his ego getting up that high, but I was kind of like, I really was kind of hoping he wouldn't have gone down that route. But it is what it is. They didn't do that part wrong, but when Warlords came around, I was like, they killed him off in Act 1. Like, motherfucker. I know, but he could have been no, I was gonna say he could have been a world boss, but I'm like, no, because then everyone would be just farming Garrosh every day. I don't know. I mean, like, I understand that part, but I just feel that whole Thrall cheated. I feel like someone said it would be really cool if he just shot down his lightning and killed Garrosh, and I feel like Metzen was probably like already on his way out, and he probably said that's not what a Mak-Garah is, and you know, I don't think Thrall would cheat. He's always been an honorable person, literally since the day one that they wrote him. And they were like, well, you're on your way out, so don't worry about it, bro. Just help us with this last cinematic on BFA, and you can kick off. Like, it's not a big deal. Just collect your paycheck, put your feet up. Blizzard did Metzen dirty a couple of times, too, with that kind of stuff, though. Wait. See, here's the thing, right? Everyone says, oh, vanilla was perfect, BC was perfect. You know, when they say story-wise, and even though BC was definitely not perfect story-wise, like, I liked where it went, but it was so scattered. And they're like, oh, and Wrath is perfect, and that was just the end of the era, they should have just stopped there. And I'm like, but there was so much that they were trying to overreach for the original vanilla, that I think that before BC, they really should have just let out a bunch of patches. Even if the original World of Warcraft vanilla went on for like 5 or 6 years before they did their first expansion, I feel like they could have really explored the shit that they needed to in order to get the Horde together. Because like the Alliance has been together since Warcraft 2. Literally, the story of the Alliance is, we got these motherfuckers invading our world. They destroyed the strongest army, Stormwind. They leveled the castle. And now you guys need to help us. And even the elves were kind of like, eh, and the dwarves are like, eh, maybe. And then when they saw them, everyone's like, okay, let's band together. We're always going to be the Alliance. Like, yeah, we'll fracture here and there, but we're always going to be the Alliance. We're unified. But the Horde in Warcraft 3 was specifically splintered because of what happened before. They're like, okay, well, we don't have the Amani trolls anymore. Okay, we don't have the ogres anymore. We don't have this and that. We barely even have clans together because everyone was so, you know, mixed together in internment camps. And that's fine, right? But in vanilla WoW, they should have really solidified the Horde coming together, because they were like, hey, the Taurens are over there. They're still our best friends. The trolls are kind of down the street right there. They're still our best friends. And they're like, well, I guess we'll take the Forsaken, because we should. I mean, the Tauren made a pretty good case. When you actually read the quest line, the Tauren, they made a good case. But I was also like, that's kind of stretching it, even for the Tauren. Like, but I, you know, if you just let it go and you're like, okay, cool. And then when the Blood Elves came in, you were like, the Horde is still kind of, I don't want to say fractured, but they were definitely unified, but they weren't the solid fighting force they should have been going into BC. Exactly. I mean, like, okay, you're always going to have individual characters, no matter what faction, no matter what's going on, that always fight with each other, right? But the perfect example is Garrosh and Varrock over in Warsong Hold. If you just stand there and listen or read their conversation, Garrosh is like, we need to kill them now, and Varrock's like, yes, but the Alliance is over here. And it's like, then we'll crush them too. And Varrock is like, but dude, we don't have the forces to do that. He goes, yes, we do. Just send in 10 over there and we'll do it all. And Varrock's like, dude, I'm gonna bitch slap you. And Garrosh is like, try it, old man. And he kind of does it. Not really, but he kind of does. And Garrosh is like, well, I kind of see what you're talking about, but we should still do it anyway. But like that kind of fracturing was throughout the Horde in general. Like, I think in Grizzly Hills, there's a general or a commander in one of those outposts, and he's all like, the Alliance around the corner, we just need to kill all the Alliance, and oh, by the way, there's trolls, and oh, by the way, there's other grisly things out here we need to kill. But he wasn't focusing on the Horde effort to kill the Lich King. His was the individual mindset that most Horde commanders have. Let's do this, kill the Alliance, make me honorable. Let's kill these creatures, make me honorable. Rather than saying, we're here for the Lich King, bro. We need to fuck the Lich King over. Right? And then Thrall's like, well, we didn't really mean to fight with you guys. It's just old school tensions. And the Alliance is like, well, maybe we'll forgive you this time. But like, I don't know. I kind of miss... Right? But like, Thrall, I understand Thrall wanting peace and wanting a thing for their world, right? Garrosh on that fuck it, we ball for the Horde. He was, Zacho, you have no idea. Yeah, see, like, Thrall wanted peace and shit because he also lived amongst the humans, so he knew how they were, but knowing how they were, I feel like the tensions between the Alliance and the Horde could have lasted a little bit longer without being all friendly or all hate. Do you know what I mean? Like when Garrosh came in, Garrosh was like, I mean, he said it best when Thrall faced him under Orgrimmar during Siege of Orgrimmar. He was like, you tried to make peace with the humans and all these alliances, and I'm gonna enjoy tearing them apart. I was like, fuck yeah, Garrosh. I was like, fuck yeah. but like, Garrosh was really just under the impression that the Horde should have been the mightiest force around, because when he was a kid, that was the fantasy he was given, right? That was the fantasy his father gave him. That was the fantasy when he saw that they went and invaded Shatrath, and when they went through the portal. Like, that was the fantasy he had. He saw all these orcs, massive clans that never would have worked together, and he, you know, that made him so proud that that was his only vision of the Horde, was just unification and conquering your enemies, and that's what it was. But like, the Alliance is like, we want to knock down some trees and eat some berries, bro. Like, leave us alone. but like, they could have been like, okay, even in BC, they set aside their differences, and even when they did that, the Alliance and the Horde, they still didn't do that, because literally in like the first like 10 or 15 quests, I think it is, they're like, both sides do this. They're like, hey, you see those Horde catapults over there? Go blow them the fuck up. And then Horde's like, hey, you see those ballista over there? Go blow them the fuck up. Like, they're like, we're fighting the Legion, but we don't want those ballistas to hit us either. And and they could have kept that kind of tension, you know, where it's just like, hey, we built too close to each other. Of course we're going to try and fight every now and then, but there's still a bigger thing going on. I was looking forward to it, right? Because that cinematic pumped me up for a faction war. But see, and even if you thought the gameplay wasn't that good, the lore should have been, right? Because the biggest thing about BFA that I think everyone agreed on was farming 6 different chests for your damn Azurite gear, 6 different helmets, because you needed one single target and one multi-target for raid, one single target, one multi-target for mythics, one single target, one multi-target for fucking questing. Like, and they were like, oh, you're gonna do islands, you need one single target, one multi-target for, and I was like, mother, and yeah, that was just horrible. But like, the lore started off good until they started bringing Sylvanas in and punishing all the leaders for nothing. I'm like, even Sylvanas had reasons for what she did before. Now she's just like, she's not even just on a power trip. She's just like, well, I can see you're going to be a problem for me, so I can't kill you outright, but... And I think BFA really... in my opinion, BFA should have ended with Azara at the end. She should have been the big bad, because she's always been such a big-ass character in Warcraft history. And they should have ended it with N'Zoth escaping. He should have gotten his own expansion, right? We should have gone and done some weird-ass shit with him in the next expansion instead of Shadowlands. And on top of that, BFA and that expansion with N'Zoth could have really built up the Jailer. Like, you give him 1-2 expansions to build him up before we even go to the Shadowlands. Like, the only reason we went to Shadowlands was because she shattered the sky and then left. There was no invading force. There was nothing coming down here. No one was down here dominating us. We were like, hey, there's some feral scourge. Let's take care of them. Oh, by the way, the sky is broken. I guess we should go through there and fuck shit up. But why? Like, can't we just figure out a way to repair it? I mean, really. That was the beginning of Shadowlands, and we could have built up to that, you know? So... Yeah, I feel like Shadowlands could have expanded they tried to expand the lore as to why Arthas was there without talking about Arthas, and that was the problem. Like, I feel like Arthas, every time they talked about him in the Arthas book or side books or even the lore short stories, anything like that, they were like, hey, Arthas always kind of feels like there's something else. He's not just conquering Azeroth for himself, he's doing it to fight the Burning Legion, but he's also doing it because they're like, he keeps seeing these things way off in the Shadowlands, right? They kept saying that. And I mean, they worded it a little bit differently, but they're like, he sees something back there. And we think that when Sylvanas dropped herself on the Serenite and killed herself, they're like, hey, she saw the same thing Arthas did. He's trying to, you know, I mean, he's still a bad guy for all the shit he did, but he's also trying to be like, but he was also trying to be all like, hey, this is my world, not your world, so fuck off. I'm gonna do what I want with it, but you can't have it. I feel like if they had gone into that story a little bit, where they like maybe did some memories or some flashbacks of like Arthas like seeing the jailer or trying to be dominated by the jailer, that he was resisting somehow, not make him a good guy, don't redeem him, right? That was what everyone was afraid, that he was going to be redeemed, including myself. Still make it for his own selfish reasons, but show that there was something else. Like, that could have been the beginning part of building up to the jailer and building up to Shadowlands, like that kind of stuff. They had it all right in front of them, and they just said, fuck it, we're gonna break this guy and go through. That, I feel like that would have been better. Because, yeah. Because every time I look at the expansions, I'm like, I feel like they did these in the wrong order, right? So Vanilla comes out, right? And they got all these things going on. I'm glad they had Naxxramas. I never really did the original Naxxramas except for, you know, later on. I never did it like... Oh, no, me either. I'm saying, like, I did it like, you know, I went back and, what was it, a couple expansions ago when you could, like, re-get the original Naxxramas and you could get, like, all the old gear. Like, I did that, but I never played the original. But I always kind of felt like Naxxramas was too powerful for Vanilla, the way that they ended Vanilla. Like, because they were like, hey, we're going to do something with Kel'Thuzad, and now we're just going to go across the world, literally on the other side of the world, and go through the portal and leave him and the Scourge here. I always kind of felt like the last raid should have been that big war, I don't remember what it was called. It was like the War of the Sands or some shit with the Encourage. Like, I feel like they should have left Encourage as the final and then open up the portal. Yeah, exactly. But I always felt like that should have been the end. You know what I mean? And then you could go into BC. Or, if we were going to the Plague Lands and doing Naxxramas, then we needed to go do Northrend next. You know, like, I felt like that's how it should have gone. And then maybe... Right. If it was, like, if they had kept it that way, then it needed to be a lead-in to the next expansion. But otherwise, it shouldn't have been there. So I felt like Wrath should have been second. Right. And I know it fits into the story, you know, the Lich didn't die, blah, blah, blah. Like, I know it fits into the story, but, like, I felt like Outland should have been number 3, because Cataclysm, we went from the Scourge, you know, and I'm sure you know, I could explain over the next hour or two how bad the Scourge was, how terrifying it was to this world, how, you know, the shit that just shouldn't go on because the Scourge is the Scourge, right? But like going right from the Scourge and the Lich King and Icecrown Citadel, and then coming back and just having Deathwing going, well, I'm gonna break the world now. It felt like it was too much too soon. And they could have waited, right? Like, so like, right. So during Dragonflight, I like re-examined all of that shit in my head, right? And I kind of wrote some of it down at one point, and I was like, you know what they really should have done is they should have taken Cataclysm, BFA, and the Dragon Isles and made those three like their own trilogy, right? Like, they could have had the Dragon Isles, they could have had Deathwing as the big fucking bad. As we go down into Aberrus, you know, his little thing there that we went down in Season 2, like, we could have gone down in there, we could have discovered the whole Old God N'Zoth and shit, right? And after we killed Deathwing at the end of the expansion, we could have started searching for the Naga and Azara and where the hell the Old God is, because clearly he's trying to get out, so we either need to reinforce his things or just try and kill him while he's in his cell, and then we let him out, and then the third expansion would have just been N'Zoth fucking us up. Like, I felt like the Black Empire shouldn't have been just a raid. It should have been a zone. It should have been a whole zone. Yeah. Yeah. It can, for sure. I thought they were doing okay with it when they were in BC and they were doing those the infinite dungeons. Because you were going back to trying to stop the infinite dragonflight from opening, or from keeping the portal closed, and from Thrall from dying. Like, I thought those were tastefully done time stuff. So it's funny that you said that you don't like all that, and I was like, damn, I was about to tell you I had an idea and I wanted to make you know, a long format video on YouTube for it, but I got to get all my shit together, and it takes me forever to video edit shit. But like I wanted it to be like, hey, we could do a WoW 2 and call it like, when we start it, we call it WoW Infinite, right? It's still an expansion, it's still whatever. But that would be like the last expansion of this current Warcraft, or however you want to put it. I don't know. They could still do expansions, right? But what you would do is at the end, like, we're actually trying to fight Murazond as the big bad the whole time, is the concept. Everything in between is whatever. But at the end, we don't win. That's my concept, is we would actually fail to win. So we fight him as the last boss, but at the last moment he does his whole, you know, this is let me show you how powerful I really am, freezes everybody, rewinds shit, and basically takes us back to vanilla but with twists, you know, like there's still like infinite this, like, but that way they could start the story and make things make sense and flow from one expansion to another. And I'm not saying redo every single expansion, but we would be living out the same timeline differently, if that makes sense. Like, we could... I felt like that was forced. Yeah. I mean, I like the dungeons. The dungeons were really cool. But the actual story of it was a little forced. And then right? It's kind of like just dick teasing us at this point. It's like, okay, I wasn't looking forward to him turning, but I was at the same time. See, and that could also be like, that could be part of that whole, the last expansion of WoW before they like really revamp it kind of thing. And like I said, they could just keep making expansions on it, but they would literally just remake the world, and you would start from the beginning, you know, like a level 1 kind of thing, going through all the zones, whatever, but like everything would be a little bit different, right? Because it's the same timeline but slightly different. That was just, it doesn't sound that great when I just say it like that, but I had all the details where I was like, oh yeah, you know, if you do this, you do that. But like, you know, that way you don't have to leave zones feeling empty or wanting, and you don't have to force the zone to feel like it has more story. Like Desolace, I thought was cool in Cataclysm when they threw the druid down there and they were trying to grow it, but then it felt like it was trying to be too new while still staying old, and I was like, that. But plus, they need to make the world bigger, like physically bigger. Right? I mean, but that's why I think that they just need like, and I know they're kind of in the process of it, but I feel like they're never going to really revamp Faralas. I feel like they're never really going to revamp, what is it, Thousand Needles. You know, like, I feel like those zones are always going to be left behind, which is why I know a lot of people say, I don't want a WoW 2 because I don't want to start from the beginning. Yeah. Right? But like, you know, it just, I don't know, I feel like they need to start fresh with the stuff that they have to build on to go forward, not just let's revisit an old zone and bring you back, which is great. Like Quel'Tha Lost, like, it looks fucking amazing. Zulaman, the fact that we get to explore all that shit that's behind it because we've known it's been back there for years, that's fucking amazing. Right? You know, and I think that's great. I really do. I think revamping those zones is a great thing. I just, I just feel that the whole world, not like a Cataclysm revamp, but like a revamp, like, hey, this is what's been happening since then. The land is healed, whatever. Yeah, we have new quests or whatever, but like, really take the time as if you were making a brand new game, you know? Felwood, oh my god, I think that didn't, I thought it was so goofy in Cataclysm. I played a little bit of the original from like when they first did Classic. I went into Felwood a little bit and I was like, this is way more freakier than what it is in Cataclysm. Like, I'm glad they added this quest and that quest because, you know, they had like a Demon Hunter quest thing in Cataclysm they added, like his spirit or something, I can't remember what it was, but like, you know, which they didn't have in vanilla, and I was like, oh, that, you know, that's fantastic. They added something that was like more relevant, but they were like, hey, we're a bunch of goblins spilling oil all over the place, and you know, go clean up our mess and go clean up our goop was pretty much half of the zone. Oh yeah. I mean, I thought it was, I didn't actually do it, but I thought it was really cool that during what was it, Season of Discovery, that they added that whole little dungeon, I guess it was, where you actually go and fight like the memory of Grom and stuff like that. I was like, "Oh, that's so kick-ass." I didn't get to that part, and I didn't, you know, I didn't really push for it or anything, but I was like, that is so cool that they actually did something like that. Like, that is the kind of stuff that they should have. And even if it's not like a dungeon, they could have like world events around there, you know, like, oh hey, you know, this was the time that they died, so they're coming back for a couple of days to fuck shit up. You got to go stop them before their ghost fuck shit up. You know, like that. Yeah. The sad thing about Vanilla, and I'm sure you know, is that they really overreached for what they wanted to do for what WoW was supposed to launch on. Like, they included, if you ever see the original maps, they included the Dragon Isles, they included Undermine, they included Northrend. I don't think they included Pandaria, but they included Zuldazar, they included Kulturas, which was supposed to be a smaller island. You know, because the original maps show that Kulturas is actually like inside the Eastern Kingdoms, not outside it. And they were including Hellfire Peninsula. I don't know how far they were trying to go with that, but you were supposed to be able to go through the Dark Port. Like, they had all of these, and they were like, hey, each leveling zone, right? I think this is what would have made it feel bad. Each leveling zone, basically, they're like, hey, this level zone is like 1 to 5. This one's like from 5 to 6. But you know, but they had like all these fucking things planned for it, and I was like, that's great, but you like, and I understand, but like, we should have had like a Mount Hyjal raid in vanilla, in, you know, like in vanilla, whether or just open up as a new zone, whatever it was, they should have had it back then. Show the old Horde base, the old Alliance base, like all of it. It's not awful, but it's definitely not great. But like, how cool would it have been to have like Mount Hyjal, right? I was actually just gonna say that. So like, how cool would it have been for vanilla, for the story, and this is just a basic story, nothing crazy, basic story. You have a bunch of demons who have already been practicing necromancy since whoever the fuck knows, right? All they're trying to do is resurrect fucking Archimonde. And his bones were there in the original vanilla, supposedly. They were just laying on the tree. I don't know if that was a joke that they did, because no one was supposed to go in there, or if it was just an unfinished thing that they were like, yeah, well, maybe. But like, they could have had demons trying to resurrect him, because he was already probably resurrecting in the Twisting Nether to begin with, but they would just have to connect his soul with his body. But they could have resurrected his skeleton. We could have, you know, world bossed his fucking skeleton, and then maybe like the final phase would have been like, you know, he comes back to flesh, to life kind of thing, and we really have to fight him. Like, that right there could have been a whole fucking thing on its own. and like they did that cool thing in Season of Discovery. They did that cool thing with Medivh's Tower where you went into the basement cellar, whatever it was called. I was like, I saw a bunch of videos for that. I was like, damn, see, now that shit should have been in vanilla. You know, raiding Medivh's Tower. Like, not even necessarily a whole raid at first, but like going under and doing all that stuff. Like, instead of creating a new raid all the time, they could have created a new raid like once every couple of big patches, but they could have thrown in mega dungeons. And mega dungeons back in vanilla were essentially raids anyway. Because vanilla was about exploring, you know. So like when you go into Blackrock Mountain, which is probably one of the top 3 most iconic places in Warcraft, right? I mean, you had a mega dungeon that went underneath the mountain, which led you to a raid. You know, a whole fucking separate thing to go fight a Fire Lord. You had an upper part of this mountain, which, excuse me, led you to another raid because it housed a fucking dragon. Like, that was the kind of shit that made vanilla crazy. Yes, it took some time to get to the raids when it probably should. Like, maybe when they do the whole attunement thing, it could have teleported you to it rather than making you run through it all the time. Like, that could have been a thing. But besides that, if you had to attune yourself by running through the dungeon and discovering it first, that would have been a whole awesome separate thing. Like, in order to go there, like in Cataclysm, you couldn't queue for a dungeon that you hadn't found yet. Yeah, whichever it was. Like, I know that you had to, like, I don't know, but you had to like physically be near it at some point. Whether it was the story or you just flew to it, I don't remember exactly how that worked, but I was like, you know what? That's pretty cool because that doesn't force people into the end game like it does nowadays. Like WoW is just like, hey, here's our game, get to the end, please. And we're like, everyone else is like, but there's so much going on. Like, I don't even know how to get to the end game. Like, for new players, like if I had my girls sit down right now and play, or even my daughters, you know, like, they'd be like, well, where do I go next? They just want to ask me where to go next. And it's like, I know that they're doing a revamp for player experience in the next one, but like, they like exploring shit. They like discovering shit. Like, who doesn't, right? Like, if you play an MMO, not even an MMO, if you play an RPG, you want to discover something. Yeah. You want to explore, you want to find something, and you want to think you're the first one to find it. Oh my god, did anyone else get this weapon? And even if it was for 2 minutes that you had that exciting feeling, and then found out that, you know, it's been done a bunch of times, you had that exciting feeling, which means you want to go search for another weapon, another piece of armor, another whatever. And it doesn't even have to be legendary. Just, you want that feeling back. Yes, I'm a big explorer. I'm a big adventurer. Like, I like to go out and do, you know, find all the caves, even if they've got nothing in them. And even nowadays, if I'm going back in the old world and doing stuff, I'm like, oh shit, where is this cave? I have never been in this spot before. At least once a month, I find something I never knew about the game. And like, you know, I can actually remember this experience now that we're talking about it. One of the very first guilds I was in, on a horde side, I was actually on Medivh, and I was out questing in Faralos, actually. And funny that we were just talking about that, but and I found the area where there was the nightmare portal, and I was furiously typing in chat. I was like, guys, I'm surrounded by dragons. There's like walking dragons, there's like flying I'm like, they're all over the place, and there's little baby drakes. I'm like, what is this place? And no one would really say anything to me, but I was like furiously typing. I just kept going. I was like, there was spamming, and then there was whatever the fuck I was doing. I was like, guys, like, have you not seen this? This is amazing. And I discovered that, right? Not knowing really what it was, but I found an area full of dragons, green dragons, right? And they weren't even just dragons; they were whelps, and then they were the all the guards and stuff, right? And I was just so amazed by that. That's what WoW really needs to bring back, and I hope with how big Eversong Woods and Quel'Tha the Loss is, I really hope it brings minimum. I hope it brings some of that back, because I love exploring, and especially with Eversong Woods, like when I discovered, you know, all these little holes or all these empty houses, but come to find out they weren't empty because they had, you know, a random rare before rare scanner was a thing, you know, or a quest, a person for a quest that you didn't know was for a quest, but you killed them anyway because they had a name. It was a ghoul that had a name, you know, Roger Staubach, right? It was like, oh, it's just a ghoul. And you're like, oh, he has a name. Shit, he's not just a ghoul. Like, I gotta kill him. Like, that kind of shit just excited me, you know? And that's all we really need back. Don't get me wrong, the new combat systems, the story, the flow, they've done a lot of work into it. The one thing they're actually missing is the exploration and the excitement when you find something. Not this whole, hey, we got a BOE in the raids, so I'm super excited for that millisecond before you go sell it on the auction house. You know, that's all it is. Now it's oh, I'm excited because I just got another 200 grand. Like, that's all it is. Like, it's not even, I found a rare weapon. Oh, I agree with you 1000%. Swamp of Sorrows has been in since Warcraft Orcs and Humans, and that means that I felt like it should have been bigger. If Swamp of Sorrows felt real small for what it was. And don't get me wrong, back in vanilla, you had the whole Temple of Atal Hakar going on over there, which was a great part of that, right? But I just in Cataclysm they added something that I thought was kind of cool. They added a faction war between the Horde and the Alliance again, because there's like this middle spot. I can't remember where it is, but like basically the Alliance keep opening up portals, and you see footmen running through and knights, and then you see Horde portals opening through, and you see grunts and, you know, trolls and all this other stuff. And I'm like, okay, that kind of gives you that Warcraft 2, Warcraft 1 kind of feeling, right? I'm like, but they're just sitting there fighting though, and that's all it was. It wasn't like the ghosts of all of these fallen heroes, fallen soldiers, like put them to rest. Like in vanilla, it was really kind of weird because Swamp of Sorrows had like these little pockets of broken ones, the Draenei who got all cut off from Outland. I said Outworld like I'm in fucking Mortal Kombat. You know, and that was cool and all, but like I really feel like they should have done more with like the restless spirits of that place, because there were so many battles constantly fought through there. That's true, they did. Eastern Plaguelands and Ashen Vale, because I feel like they did Ashen Vale very well. Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, that was, so like I was thinking about that the other day too, oddly enough. I thought it was really cool how in Cataclysm they connected, for the Horde at least. I can't remember if they did this for the Alliance, but for the Horde you go from Ashenvale to Stone Talon Mountains. I was like, okay, that actually made you connect. I was like, that's pretty sweet. And the story stayed essentially the same. You're working for this commander who's all like anti-alliance, and he's really like, hey, you're getting promoted. I was like, that's a neat little feature. It does nothing, but it's a neat little feature, you know. And then we blew up the druid thing, and then Garrosh showed up and was all like, screw you, this wasn't my order. And, you know, that was a great conclusion to that story, but it just needed to, like, other zones need to flow like that. It really was. I did it in Classic, right? I did when they released Classic. I was like, you know what? Everyone shits on Desolace. Let me go see for myself, right? So I went over there, and I was like, I don't see why they're shitting on this. I think it was like roughly halfway through the zone, and then they're like, hey, you have to farm rep with one Centaur tribe or the other. And I was like, okay. I mean, that kind of stops you from doing shit in general, but still, that's not a bad way to go about this, right? I was like, okay. So I did it, and I can't remember who I chose, but then I had to go talk to their leader, and the leader goes, so, you gained our trust, which is cool. And I'm like, all right, cool, zug zug. And they're all like, so here's the problem. I sent something on the other side of the world in a continent I've never been in a zone I don't even know exists. So I need you to go over there and get this one item from this one person that I still don't know exists in a zone that I don't know exists, but I'm gonna name it anyway. And until you do that, you can do nothing in Desolace. And I was like, what? That's where it dropped off for me. I was like, okay, now that's bullshit. Because I was like, maybe you had a vision of a faraway place, maybe you describe it, and in the quest it says, why don't you start searching in this one zone? Like, I could understand that, but like literally they just cut you off from continuing Desolace, from doing anything, by saying, well, you can't do shit until you bring me back this crystal. Because you actually had to go to the Swamp of Sorrows, which the Centaur don't know exist, to go get some kind of Dranathist crystal from some broken guy. Or maybe you had to farm it or whatever it was, I don't remember. And until you got that, you did nothing in Desolace. I was like, I was actually having a lot of fun until this. I'm like, not to mention, you're sending me to Swamp of Sorrows. Right. And I'm like, you're sending me to Swamp of Sorrows, which I want a quest there, but I want to finish Desolace before I come over here. Like, but now that I'm here, I want a quest here. But then I'm like, but if I do this too long, then I'm not going to get any credit for this quest when I go back, other than, well, you can continue to do other things for us. I'm like, so yeah, they were really all over the place. It was a lot, but it wasn't bad. Right. And like I wanted to see I wanted to explore those other places where you see the two giant Goliaths. I think they're like two giant like Naga snake kind of looking things. And they have never had a story expanded on that, like ever. Like that could have Oh yeah. That was a gem, but it was over so quick, like they threw it in there as an afterthought. It could have been a separate zone that led us to, in a later patch that could have led us to Mount Hyjal, right? Like, because right there, to even get to Winterspring at that time, you had to go through the Furbogs. You had to go through that whole tunnel. Okay, well, they're denying you access until said patch. And then they're like, well, you have done a lot of stuff for us, and you are exalted with us, so I guess we can let you through. Like, that would have been just fine. That would have been just fine. But Winterspring in Classic was definitely like, here's like 25 quests, and it's going to take you like 6 hours because one quest sends you to the north side of the zone, the second quest sends you to the south side of the zone, the next quest sends you back into another zone to come back this way. Like, oh, and by the way, go tell my guy all the way into Naris that we're cool, and I'll give you a little bit, I'll give you like 10 rep for completing this quest. Like they sent you all over the place. That's what I'm saying about Desolate and Swamp of Sorrows. Like, I didn't want to go back to Desolate. I wanted to go Swamp of Sorrows now that I'm there. You know, my first time looking through it, I'm like, oh, this is beautiful. I've heard of this place. Now I'm in it. Like, this is what I want to do. And I'm like, oh, wait, I got to go all the way back there, right? But in order to even do that, I have to make my way essentially all the way back to the Undercity to get on a blimp to go back. Or traverse through the nasty-ass jungle that is Stranglethorn, where everything wants to kill you from 10 miles away. Because you didn't pull that tiger, but it was on the other side of that hill, and it's coming for you anyway. Like, I like the concept of Stranglethorn Vale. I love the whole jungle thing, but my goodness, those NPCs were out for fucking blood no matter where you were in that zone. Exactly. And then on top of that, you could kill each other in that zone. So it was like but like, you know, those were your two options. If you were in Swamp of Sorrows, you could go to the quicker route, which really wasn't that much quicker because you died so much getting to the freaking port in the first place, over to Booty Bay. Or you had to go all the way back up to the Undercity to go all the way to the Kalimdor. Then you had to go all the way back to Desolus and then run across the entire zone just to hand in this one quest. And it was like, that's where I think a lot of people don't remember correctly. Not that they don't remember, but they don't remember correctly what was wrong with vanilla. Exploring is one thing. The leveling experience was fantastic because it takes you slow, it takes you through, well, it usually takes you through the zones. Right. Right. And the other thing with that is, like, if I'm going to go from one continent to the other constantly for one person, because I think there was this one quest, I can't even remember what the hell it was now, but I was in Kalimdor, they sent me to Eastern Kingdoms, I came back, and they're like, oh hey, now go on the other side of the Eastern Kingdoms, down to Stranglethorn, and go talk to this. I'm like, why are you sending me back to this other You know it takes actual months to go back and forth, right? I mean, in real time. You know, like, I'm getting mad for my character. In reality, it's hours. Oh. So, yeah. If I was going to do that much traveling, I needed something special. Such as, 1, the lowest tier of special, which would have been a class quest, meaning a class weapon, an ability. That's worth it, right? Because I remember as a warrior, I think I was like a human warrior at one point, and they're like, hey, go to Kalimdor, just south of Orgrimmar, you have to go find this island. And I'm like, I have to go into Horde territory? I was like, oh shit. You know, I mean, I wasn't like afraid, but I was like, damn, like, I'm not even level 30, and you're sending me over to fucking Horde territory? Like, I'm like, okay. And I think that was like when you first learn like Whirlwind or some shit. I don't even remember. But like, okay, I went over there, I found it, you know, it was great. I got something special. And so that's like the lowest tier, right? Like getting an ability, getting a special weapon. But the next would be like maybe getting like a... Yeah, exactly. There was this, Exactly. There was this one warrior quest in Kalimdor where you had to go all the fuck over the place. But when I came back, this blacksmith, it was... No, this one was a chest. Yeah, this one was a chest. So there was like this blind orc blacksmith on top of this mountain that you had to, like, you know, go through raptors and harpies to even get up to the fucking thing in the first place. Like, motherfucker, every single time I try to get to you, I level 6 levels because I kill these things. But he gives you this chest piece that is usable like every 2 hours or 3 hours, and I was like, that is such a long fucking cooldown. But in an emergency case, it was a great chest piece. It automatically gave you like 40 rage and like enraged you instantly on top of that, and I was like, damn, like this thing was like and the stats weren't that great, but like the ability was. So I mean, I used it a few times, well, as much as I could in a 3-hour cooldown span, but but like, you know, I don't know, shit's just gotta flow together better, and I know they're doing a better job. I know Dragonflight has really done a better job of that. I've talked to some people and they're like, yeah, Shadowlands did a good job of that, and I'm like, I don't think Shadowlands did a good job of flowing, because like you and I talked about it earlier. We were like, hey, we're getting into the story with Bastion, and they're like, by the way, this lich crashed on our floating island. Now we're gonna go at war with Maldraxxus, and we're like, okay. But like at the same time, didn't you just tell me that all your like half your angels are turning into these dark angels that like want to take you over, and you want me to leave right now? Like, we pushed back the Maldraxxus threat, but no, like, I think yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was rough. See, and I think Classic, I know, right? They've trained us so much on flying to places. See, and everyone says that it was a big mistake to do flying in Cataclysm. I don't think so. But the problem with that at the same time is the world is not as large as we thought it was when we started flying over it. Like, you go, Westfall is a huge zone, but you don't realize that when you go into Westfall, you go over here. Then they send you kind of like straight across the zone. Then they send you at a diagonal, and then they send you back over here. Then they send you to the south, and they send you back up here. Then they send you to that village to do the whole Dead Mines thing, and then they send you back to the beginning. Like, they reused, like, they tried not to make you cross paths too much, but like you would run by and you're like, oh hey, Farmer Dan, I did a bunch of stuff for you earlier, but I gotta go help Farmer John now, you know. And like the perfect example of small zones that like felt big were also Broken Isles. That's the other thing. It is. No matter what, it's big. It actually is. Like, I've done dragon riding through there during the Midsummer event to, you know, go kill and go do all the shit on the other side of Ashenvale there, and it still takes a couple of minutes to fly over, even with dragon flying. I'm like, well, damn. But Ashenvale made you stay in there for so long when you were on foot with no mount, because they did the same thing. They did the pathing thing. They're like, well, this is a big zone, but we're gonna send you left at an angle. Now we're going to send you right. Now we're going to send you kind of back where you were, but we're going to send you this way. Like, that shit was really good. Yeah, so Ashenvale, like, was like 3 zones in 1 because of the size alone and the running. Oh my god, I'm so glad. The one thing about Cataclysm and the Barrens that I was really happy about was that they split it into 2. I was actually happy about that, because in Classic, you kept going back to the one freaking town, village, whatever you want to call it, crossroads, all the way back up. And they would be like, hey, go do 2 quests down there. You go do 2 quests, and you're like, okay, I got everything you needed. It took me an hour to run back here because I had to avoid raptors, and I had to avoid centaur, and I had to avoid thunder beasts, and blah, blah, blah. And, oh, by the way, I found Chen's beer back, you know, and all this other shit, right? And they're like, hey, so those 2 quests you did, that was fantastic. Now go back to the same spot that you were in because you killed 6 archers, 4 fighters, and 3 magicians, but now we want you to go back there and kill the leader. And it's like, motherfucker. I swore so much at some of those old quests because I was like, you asshole. That was one thing Cataclysm did really right. You either completed the quest while you were out, and it said, hey, by the way, we also need you to kill the leader. You're already out there. Fantastic, right? Or they said, we're going to have you do all of it at once. Like, they were literally just like, not just 1 quest, but you're going to have 3 quests going out there. While you're out there killing the army, you might as well kill the leader while you're there. Hey, that makes fucking sense. Right, exactly. That made sense. That was one thing Cataclysm I felt actually did pretty well in going forward with how they do questing and shit. But Classic, man, especially the Barrens, especially the Barrens, because you did that shit with the Bristlebacks all the time. Yeah, exactly. You got a mini California over there. At that point, there should have been a mount, right? Because, don't get me wrong, I don't think they should have shrunk Ashenvale. I think that was a great move that they made it big because they talked about it in Warcraft 3 about how big it was, how ancient it was, and this and it felt like that when you went through. But fuck me if that thing wasn't actually 20 times the size larger than you thought it was when you were running through. And they did the same thing with the Horde. They were like, hey, we're going to do this stuff right at the edge of Horde territory at Silverwing, whatever the hell that place was, Silverwing something. And you're like, okay, cool. Like, the Horde kind of took over, but then you realize the Horde didn't really take over. You just killed a few Night Elves, and you're like, okay, well, not a big deal. But then they send you to the ocean on the other side to a base where they send you back and forth throughout this entire freaking zone, and you're like, oh. And they didn't even have walls on that before Cataclysm either. So, like, sometimes the Naga would just, like, roll right into the fucking village. You're like, I'm handing in a quest. Bam, bam, you got hit with Frostbolt. What? What the fuck? Oh, Ashenvale. Oh my god, right? Dude. yes, so many times I died because all of a sudden it says I got hit with an arrow and I've got 10 life left, and as soon as I even spot where the hell it came from, there's this fucking night elf jogging at me like the Flash, like fucking ready to cut my throat, and I'm like, what the fuck just happened? Like, those guards had some fucking deadly ass range. They really, really did. Except when you went to a main city. When you went to a main city, those guards who should have been top-notch, top-tier elite, motherfucker, you know, fuck everything up in this world, you know, Deathwing ain't no shit kind of elite motherfuckers, right? You walk in there, and there's like, especially on Stormwind, right? You go over that bridge, and there's like 30 guards lining that bridge, and 2 guards come and get you. Two motherfucking guards get you. You run across that bridge to go, you know, kill their leader back then when you get a big group and shit. And you run through, and like half of your group runs through before the guard goes, I guess I should do something now. Like, I guess maybe I can throw an arrow out or two. And then when they run past me, I'll chase them so it looks like I'm doing shit. But out in the world, that's not even anywhere close to being false. Like, holy fuck. Right? Like, they did that shit in the Badlands too. The camps out there were so bad. You were like, oh, I'm gonna go kill this dragon. Alliance Guard PvP. You're flagged for PvP now. What do you mean I'm flagged for PvP? What the fuck? I was just fighting a dragon. What do you mean I'm flagged for PvP? That's all it is. The other bad one, just like that same exact example, is the ogres in Faralos. Like all the mages around what is that dungeon called? It's a 3-part dungeon. But all the ogres outside of that dungeon, because you get a bunch of quests that say, hey, you know, there's a big ogre presence in the area, we kind of have to knock them down. Whether you're Horde or Alliance, they tell you that. And, like, so you go over there and you do that shit, but, like, I swear, you're standing on the outside where they're not even patrolling, on the other side of the road, where they even tell you in the tips when you load in, stick to the roads, it's less dangerous. So I'm like, cool, I'm on the other side of the road. All of a sudden, I see this ogre going, casting fireball. And I'm like, motherfucker. He's already after me. And then when he fires, this other ogre goes, did you hit somebody? Oh shit, I'm gonna go after him too. Like, and then all of a sudden you got 3-4 ogres and you're like, I just want to get back to camp, like, leave me alone. Yeah. Yes, I agree with you that. Yes. I think season 1 was the only time that War Within Dungeons were kind of hard, because some of those abilities you didn't realize, and this is before they fixed the 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 overlapping circles problem that they had. So before they fixed that, I think that's what made the War Within dungeons hard, but they weren't actually hard. It was a matter of like, oh well, this boss is shooting out a big circle, but also you didn't realize that when you jumped away from that, an ad that the boss spawned also had a circle and fucked you up. Like, oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it was just the first part of the first season when no one could really see shit. Everyone was like, well, we don't know the dungeons yet, which is fine. I'm not trying to make fun of them, but like, that's just what it is. Every single expansion, right? Like, people be like, when you wipe on a boss in a dungeon in the first season of an expansion, people are like, no worries, we're learning. You get halfway through that first season, or even into season 2, and they're like, kick that motherfucker. Kick him. Just kick him. Nice. Excuse me. See, I think you're absolutely right about the dungeons in vanilla, right? Yes, they're hard, but it's also about the scaling, right? Your weapon didn't necessarily do half the boss damage just because you had a weapon. The bosses had fucking resistances, right? It was resistant, it was immune, like there was I think it was in one of the Encourages, or not, I say Encourage, shit, the Silithus one of those raids. There was a big goo fucking monster that my guild leader at the time, because like I said, I was in Wrath, and she said, yeah, you can solo that dungeon, it's really not that big a deal, it just might take a little extra time. And I was like, okay, cool. And I went up against the goo monster. She goes, yeah, tell me when you get there. And I was like, cool. So I start fighting this fucking thing, and I was unholy at the time, and I said, this thing fucking killed me, I was doing so much damage to it, I did this and that, like I went down the whole fucking thing, and she's literally just fucking laughing at me. And I'm like, what's wrong? She goes, is it saying like immune damage? I'm like, no, it's saying I'm doing like 1 damage, 3 damage, 10 damage, but like the percentage isn't even going down. And she's just laughing at me. And she goes, you got to use frost damage. I'm like, what do you mean frost damage? I'm like, nothing I did to this fucking. She's like, just do it. I did it, and I fucking, I killed it like, pretty quick. And I was like, what the fuck? But bosses like that, right? Or even like Ragnaros, where frost mages were like fucking peak, because frost damage to the Fire Lord did you more damage. Like, it was extra crit, it was whatever the hell, however they figured it out. But like, that's the kind of shit that like we kind of need again, not just, hey, everything just takes damage. Like, it would be nice to say, yes, unholy DKs are top DPS this expansion, but when you go through this dungeon, this particular boss or that particular boss is resistant to unholy, or resistant to some kind of shadow frost or whatever, like just to throw you off a little bit. Like, you still do damage, like maybe it's not as extreme as vanilla, but like make you do less damage because it's resistant or whatever. That's true. See, I'm cool with that because I like to explore, like the old vanilla dungeons, not the now dungeons. Oh, okay. Right, so, right. Like, the only way that I can oops, the only way that I can explain that would be, or define that, I guess, is D&D, the tabletop game, D&D. When you go into a wizard's tower, you're in there for sessions, right? Because you're going floor to floor, you're exploring shit. You go, oh, we secured his library, let's look for a couple of books, blah blah blah. Oh shit, he sent some more minions down. Okay, let's go up to the next level. Like, that's what vanilla dungeons, most of them anyway, really did. It was a deep dungeon, but fuck that. I never liked Gnomeregan. I feel like in vanilla, Gnomeregan should have been a raid and not a dungeon. And the reason for that is because it was a whole city. Just like when they did that with the Dark Iron Dwarves in Blackrock Spire. Technically it was a dungeon, but you were, you know, nowadays you're 5 people invading an entire city. Back then you were doing 20, 25 people, and it's like, okay, a small force where you're constantly like, choke holding them in hallways and stuff. I'm like, okay, I could see that, okay, I could get behind that, right? And you're not killing the whole city, you're fighting off certain military sections, and you're finding ways to sneak across the city. Like, okay, I totally get that. But like 5 people, I'm like, okay, first of all, that one room has like 100 fucking soldiers, and there's no way 5 people killed all those fucking soldiers. No fucking way. But like, shit like that, where you actually go in, you explore, you take the time, you go, like Blackrock Spire, or Blackrock Mountain was always my favorite with the dwarves, the Dark Iron Dwarves. That was always my favorite dungeon, because you had like 6 bosses in a very small area, but it felt like you went around the dungeon. You had that rock guy, you had another guy that was like inside a doorway, but you couldn't get in there unless you found the key, and the key was on one of these guards that was over here. And then you had that trial of justice or whatever the hell it was. And then you had like you had another chick that was like on the inside, down the end of this hallway, but to go through this hallway, it was a narrow hallway, and there were like 6 rooms. You couldn't just run down the hallway and ignore them. They all fucking came after you, so you had to like clear it room by room. And like that kind of shit is just, that's the kind of shit that we need back. But people don't want that. Most people don't want that nowadays, because they want to go in and play Mythic. They want to be on the charts. They want to go do the arenas, or the Mythic arenas and all that. And it's like, I get that, guys, but like, not everything needs to be fast, punch you in the face. Like, this is a game about community. They still say it's a game about community, but what they're doing is they're making the community like into separate communities and not just one. They were great. And the problem with going back and playing Classic is that everyone's like, well, before you come into Gnomeregan, maybe make sure you have your BIS set of this gear, that gear, and that gear while you're level, 25 or whatever the hell it is, so that we can go in and kill these bosses. And they're like, okay, well, we down these bosses in 10 seconds. And it's like, but that's not what the game was about. Like, you invited somebody who was level 15 to go into a level 20 dungeon or a level 25 dungeon because they got XP, they got gear, you got gear, or they got gear that they could use in like 4 levels. Like, everyone was helping each other out. Like, even Gnomeregan, no matter how shitty it was, no matter how many hours. Not to mention the half an hour you would spend in the I call it the lottery room, where you do all the goos and you try to find all the parts and shit. See, and that stuff was really cool, but it still should have been a raid. Yeah, I mean, again, you're literally invading a city, and they don't hide that. They're like, this is the capital of gnomes. We don't live anywhere else in this world as an entire community except for right here. They're like, dwarves are like, hey, we have this place, that place, this place, that place. Humans are like, hey, we're even farther than that, blah, blah, blah. Even the orcs are like, hey, we have Orgrimmar, but guess what? We also got like these other settlements where like, we're breeding pretty fast, you know? But the gnomes are like, we got Gnomergan. Basically, all we do is dig deeper. And we got to go into this place and go deep, 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 deep. And then before you know it, we're like, we don't even know how to get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I joined right when Hearthstones were still, what was it, an hour before they changed all of that. So like, so when I said this, I think it was the other night, everyone's like, oh, so you didn't experience this and you didn't experience that. I'm like, no, I experienced all of it for like, you know, in the span of Warcraft time. I experienced it for like 5 minutes. Like, you know, when I created a character, I had to go do these class quests. Like some of my favorite memories were of some of these class quests. Like I always retell this one where I was a Blood Elf Warlock, and you had to go in order to get your Void Lord. You know, your class trainer was like, yo, you're strong enough now in the dark arts, blah 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 blah, but in order to do this, you need to be stronger. So you need to go to the Dead Scar, where Eversong Woods meets the Ghostlands, and you need to find this gem. And he's like, the place is littered with gems, but you need to find your gem. And of course you could pick any gem you wanted, but like when you go there, you have to kill all these fucking undead just to even loot anything, because it took like 10-15 seconds, you know, that little channel bar to loot something. And like, I got the gem, I went all the way back to Silvermoon, and they're like, this will do very nicely. Now, go back to Ghostlands, find this one house. I'm not going to tell you which house. It was just the house of this one guy, but it's over here it's near the town center. And you're like, I think it was like Suncrown Village, the one that was like overrun with the spiders. And they're like, I'm not going to tell you which house it is, but you have to get on the 2nd level. And on the 2nd level, you're going to use this gem to channel a void being. And when this void being comes out, you have to kill it and beat it into submission and put its soul back into this gem and then come back to me. And like, I mean, it was a lot of traveling just to get a Void Lord, right? Or whatever it was. But you go back and the guy's like, cool. Now all you got to do is take this crystal and channel your first submissive Void Lord. And you do that, and the quest item disappears or whatever, so you don't have it in your backpack all the time. But it was so cool. You worked for your Void Lord. You were like, this is my dude now. Right. Yep. Yeah, that's true. So that was something that's something that I've touched on. I don't know, I'm not the only one, right? But I've touched on with when I have like a bigger chat and everyone's like, oh, hey, what do you like about Warcraft and this and that? I've touched on this with people before where they're like, or where I was like, honestly, I think Legion did a fantastic thing with order halls, but I don't think they should stop class quests. And I think I said this last week or the week before. I was like, if they bring back class quests, my idea for it would literally be make each class have like a kind of like now you talk to that chick in Dornegal and you do the weekly quest and you get like a big item. Okay, we'll do that for each class where they're all essentially the same, right? I mean, everyone's choosing the way that they want to do the World Soul weekly anyway. So, but instead of giving us a choice, make a rogue feel like a rogue by saying, hey, I need you to go take this guy out because he's causing unrest politically. Like, he's my political partner, right? Somebody approaches you this week and says, I have a political partner and I need you to take him out. That feels like a fucking rogue. You know what I mean? Or like a pirate shows up the next week and says, hey, you know, why don't you go steal some stuff and I'll share my booty with you, you know, like. And you could do the same thing with the warrior. You could be like, hey, there is a giant beast. Go be heroic. Go bash yourself into it and bring me back its head. And you go, yeah, you know, like. Or shaman, be like, hey, you got to go subdue this elemental this week. But it's got to be like a challenge every week, right? Like an elite creature, but not like world boss level. Like, I feel that if we had a weekly class quest to remind us that we're a warrior, to remind us that we're a rogue, and not just because we can stealth or charge or whatever, like, but to, like, give us... Right? But, like, that keeps us... They always say, well, we want to return to Azeroth. They say this almost every expansion. We want to return to Azeroth. We want to do this and that. Well, that keeps us level in Azeroth. That goes, hey, we're actually still part of the world. We're not just some random adventurer that about 4 or 5 expansions ago we became the champion of Azeroth, and then we became this, and then we became that. Like, that's all great on the side, or that's all great for the main story, but like on the side, you know, make me be a mercenary, make me be right, as a demon hunter, go be like, hey, there's a bunch of warlocks trying to open up a portal straight to Mardoom or to wherever, you know, go fucking stop them, you know. Or and you could earn class things again. Right. And it could even be old content too, where like you do like a follower type or a scenario kind of thing. Follower scenario. Yeah, one of those two. Where like all the creatures are at your level, but you can do it, but it's a challenge to get through to where you're supposed to get to, right? So like even if you went back to, what is it, the Wailing Caverns, because they're summoning a demon in the middle of it for whatever fucking reason, right? Like all the creatures that are in there, or all the NPCs that are in there would still be they'd be like challenging enough for you that you can't just pull 6 groups, kill them, and then go kill the creature. Like make your... Yeah, you know, like they could even do that too. They could be like, hey, Mr. Demon Hunter, you know, Mr. Warrior, in this delve this week, did you know, this thing is going on, go stop it, you know. But like, make each one of our characters, our classes, feel like the class again. That's the thing. That's the thing, right? So, I say it's embarrassing only because I think about it now and think about how stupid it was, but this is the excitement feeling that I had when I first started playing. So my very first character ever was a Blood Elf rogue with the assassination spec. And after I got out of the starter area, you go to Falcon Wing Square. I've done a lot of Blood Elf shit, right? Excuse me, but like, this one guy who's like the leader of like Falcon Wing Square, I can't remember his name, Captain something, he's like, hey, so you've done a lot here. There's this guy over at the Sanctum of the Stars, or whatever the hell it is, you know, basically right outside the walls if you keep heading north. And I'm like, okay. And he's all like, go talk to him because we kind of have a visitor. So you go talk to him, and he's like, yeah, we have a dwarf ambassador from the Alliance, you know, they're trying to broker a deal with us to joining them again. And I was like, okay, cool. You know, but at the time I'm like, but wait, I'm Horde, so how does this play out, right? But I was like, all right, well, whatever, right? So then he's like, well, we suspect that there's some spies going on at this other sanctum. So he sends you over there, and that chick is like, does there look like there's any spies around here? I have no time for spy nonsense. She's like, I got mana beings, and I got void beings, and I got this shit. She's like, go kill that shit for me. But when you go out there, like right around the edges, there's all these stealthed night elf spies of whatever sort, right? And when you kill one, it drops a little note that says, hey, we're spying on them, and we're probably gonna slit all their throats in their sleep, basically. So when you take it back to her, she's like, oh shit, you should probably take this back to that guy at the sanctum. So I'm like, cool, I'll go talk to him at the sanctum. So then he's like, I'm gonna show this to the captain, or I want you to show this, you know, one of those, you know, you have to keep going back again, right? So you go back to the captain again, and he's like, well, I'm gonna send you on this other quest. And then you go do that, and you come back, and he's all like, hey, you need to go talk to him again at the Sanctum of the Stars, or whatever the hell it was. And he's like, there's an issue that I don't want to speak out loud. And I was like, all right, cool. So the guy's like, hey, the blood elf is like, hey, let me pull you aside. And he's like, look, we found out that he's also a spy. He's planning on planting explosives all over the place, and we can't let him do that. And they're going to steal the plans for our arcane sanctums. He's like, I want you to assassinate him. And I was like, I literally was jumping up and down in my chair. I'm not even kidding, right? I was like, oh my god, they know I'm a rogue. They know I'm an assassin. Oh my god, they're giving me quests just to assassinate people. I was like, oh my god. I was so fucking over my head. I was like, this is amazing, blah, 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 blah. I was so happy. And then, you know, you talk to the dwarf, and you go upstairs, and, you know, then he's like, what's this all about? And you're all like, slice and dice, kill you. And I'm all like, hey, the deed's done. Here's the dwarf's head. And he's like, ew, I don't want that. Go show the captain, right? And I was like, oh my god, I'm a fucking rogue. They made me go assassinate somebody. That's so fucking cool. And then at some point, I think I played a paladin, a blood elf paladin, and they had me do the same quest, and I was like, wait a minute. So, like, it's embarrassing, but it was like, it gave me such an exciting feeling that was part of my class adventure. That was like, that's what it, and that's all we need to do now, you know, a weekly quest, you know, maybe you get a special transmog for doing, you know, 5 weekly quests in a row, or treasure chests or something to give us, you know, that class feeling again. But like, you know, I mean, it's embarrassing now, but I thought that was fucking top notch. I was like, damn, they know I'm an assassin. They know what spec I chose. Like, this is amazing. Like, and clearly they didn't, but. I mean, it's a great questline anyway, but still, as a new player with no one that I was playing with in game, I was like, this is amazing. It's kind of like when people picked it up, you know, back in the day, right? Like back in BC, and when they picked it up back in vanilla, and people were like, this is amazing because you're exploring, because you're this, because you're that. Like that, not to mention legendaries back in vanilla and BC meant that they were legendaries. Like I've heard stories, and I don't know how true it is, but I've heard stories from multiple people that said that they kept Thunder Fury up until almost up until Black Temple. It was like Serpentine Cavern or something like that. They kept it up until like the second or third raid that was going on in that, and I was like, damn, you kept it through the next half of the expansion? And they were like, yeah, even the Ragnaros, what was it, Sulfuron, they were like, yeah, we kept it through Medivh's Tower, and then there was something that was going on just after Medivh's Tower that they replaced it with, or something like that. But they're like, yeah, we kept legendaries from, you know, the beginning of vanilla through the end, in, you know, well into the second expansion. I was like, damn, like that's a legendary weapon. Oh, the artifact ones? Oh, it was the Terragosa thingy or whatever it was. And they also had the rogue legendary daggers in that one too. Yep. Yeah. And the quest line even like went across all the raids. It was like each time you do a new raid, you can earn all these new whatever currency it was that you had to build up, right? But then you upgraded to the next part of the weapon, and I was like, you know, that's actually pretty kind of cool. Like that way it's not just automatically legendary, but you build it up over the expansion. Yeah, I think we lost that probably. Actually, I'm not even gonna lie, probably right around Mop, because every single person got a legendary, which was the cloak. Like, don't get me wrong, it was cool to each, you know, there was one for healers, there was one for range, there was one for melee, whatever, blah blah blah. Like, that was all cool and everything, but like, you know, everyone having a cloak didn't feel as epic. It just was like, okay, it felt more like a grind rather than feeling epic. Yeah, right? So that's actually why I was worried about the Rishi wraps when I first heard about it. I was like, oh fuck, here we go again. Yeah, and you know what? The grind wasn't bad. It was like the first 3 weeks where you just upgraded it because you did the world quests, which you were probably doing anyway for gear, and like that was it. So it really wasn't bad. Yep. Right? So like, yeah, I mean, what I kind of wish they would do, because I know that I know it's hard for Blizzard to put secrets and put stuff that they really want to like have fun. I know that they're having fun with doing the world as is, but like the things that are just really like fun as a side, right? I know that they have a hard time doing it now because of all the damn data mining. But like, it would be really cool if they created a bunch of stuff, secrets, legendary, whatever it is, a quest, but then don't put it in their data. Like maybe they make it on a separate, like maybe they clone, you know, the server or however it is that they do it, and they make it on a clone server and then put it in at the last second of a patch, not even in the pre-download, literally, you know, in the restart the next day, you know, when it goes like from 1 hour to 2 hours, or it goes like, you know, it's going to be down all day, but then they take it out and they put the USB in and they put it in there, and then everyone's like, wait, what the hell is this quest over here in the corner? Because no one's trying to data mine it at that point. You know, someone's like, hey, did you see this quest in the cave? This fucking thing took me all the way to the void and did me this, and now I have some weird ass fucking boots, or I don't know, just something. It would be really cool for them to figure out a way, and I know that that's more time and more money for them to try and figure that shit out, but it would be cool to actually have that excitement of nobody knows what the fuck this quest is until like 2 weeks later, because then all of a sudden, you know, that's when when someone on like Wowhead found it, and then they're like, oh well, now we're gonna data mine, now that it's already out, now we're gonna data mine it. But like, right. Yeah, and like even at the guild that I was in Cataclysm, they were like, finally rogues get get their own legendary, and I'm like, well, couldn't they have used Thunder Fury back in the day? And it was a whole discussion of like, well, kinda, but not really. And like, you know, depending on who you were, what kind of rogue you were, it always went to this person or that person before it went to rogues, and I was like, oh, okay. But like, yeah. Yeah. Right? The one thing I do feel like Death Knights should have had was they could have I think like down their blood tree, they should have had the option to tank with or just use a two-handed sword or even use a shield if they wanted to. Do you know what I mean? That was the only problem I ever had with that. I was like, but you see plenty of Death Knights with shields as NPCs, as characters we fought, like, but yeah, I don't know. And like the legendary in Dragonflight, right? Yeah. And like the legendary in Dragonflight, like it was really cool looking. I thought it was neat that people actually had to come together again, like as a community, to get all the resources. You know, like it wasn't just going on the auction house. They were like, hey, this is a soulbound item to your craft, so can I put in this order? And you know what I mean? Like that was kind of neat to actually bring people back together again. But like people were just like, hey, I'll just give you 10,000 gold because I need this little piece that you can craft in like 2 seconds, but it's only soulbound to leatherworkers, or it's only soulbound to blacksmiths, or whatever it was. But like, again, that was only, I mean, you got rid of that halfway through the War Within. You know, like you dropped that weapon and you picked up a plain old fucking axe laying on the ground and said, I'm gonna go fight with this now. And like, I'm not saying that they need to stay relevant throughout the entire next expansion, but if you're going to do a legendary, I feel like Cataclysm and Vanilla probably did it the best of the two ways that could be done. Vanilla did it where you got it, yeah, like Vanilla, you got it in the beginning, but you really earned it, so it still took time. It wasn't just about going to raid every week, it was about doing other things. So by the time you did get it, like, you earned it for the rest of Vanilla and obviously into BC. But their stats back then were also kind of way off with how they did shit. But like there were things that like dropped, you know, in dungeons over there where they were not an upgrade in BC, and you're like, wait a minute, they're treating this like a whole separate game, not an expansion. But like they were weird.